fallenshadow. Hello. Hello and welcome. Today we are having a slightly different sort of atmosphere, I guess. I'm using my Blue Yeti, which I haven't used it in a long time, so I'm really looking forward to it. I didn't really know how to classify this stream because it's ASMR, I guess, but I don't know. So, I'm classing it as ASMR, but I don't know. It isn't a traditional ASMR scene. I don't know if you should fall asleep, because I may raid someone who isn't doing ASMR, because I'm pretty sure who I want to raid already. But, hopefully you can relax at least. That's just a warning, then I may not raid someone doing ASMR. Traditional ASMR.com. Next week, I'm gonna do some traditional real ASMR next week. Is the audio okay? I had some trouble getting my Yeti to work because I hadn't used it for a while. I was sure that I used it on this PC, but it had to put the drivers and stuff, so guess not. Guess not. It's very crisp. I always really like how the Yeti sounds, no matter how much time passes. Have you tried feeding the Yeti? Wait, that's eating the Yeti. They're not the same. Yeah, I've had this microphone for about 5 years. 5 years. How? Isn't that crazy? Crazy. We don't use it so much anymore, but it has been through so very much. So much. I made my first ASMR stuff with this mic for about 2 years until I got my SR 3D. My audio setup for ASMR hasn't actually changed in like 2 years. I upgraded my actual microphone last year, but when I first started streaming, I was using this. So this mic has been through a lot. It was my first ASMR mic, and it was my first streaming mic, so it's nice to bust him out and be like, Yoshi. Drag him out from where he lives under my bed. And be like, Hello. How many mics do you have? Well, I started off with a blue snowball, and I will always remember that because I saved up for almost a year to buy a blue snowball. This is with pocket money and stuff. And I had that for about a year, and then it mysteriously stopped working. And this was right after I started making videos on YouTube. And I made a video and I said, okay, I'm gonna have to go on like video making hiatus for 2 months or so until my birthday. And then I'll ask for money for my birthday and buy a new mic so I can keep making videos. And then someone bought me this mic, and I was so astounded because no one had ever bought me anything that expensive in my life. And some random person on the internet was like, here's $150, buy a mic. That was like the most money I'd ever had. And I was like, holy crap. Holy crap. So, I don't remember his name. It was so long ago. But he was really nice. And I will always appreciate that. It's still that I don't really change much. Back then, someone spent that much money on me and I was like, oh. And now someone spends too much money on me and I'm like, oh. So there was those 2 mics. And then, when I've been doing YouTube for a while, I bought a SR 3D. And I had that. Well, I still have that. That's my ASMR mic. I don't think that I will change my ASMR setup until I buy a cool 100, which will be in a year or 2 probably. And then I have my stream talkie mic, which is I don't know what mic it is. I don't know what it is. 1 second. A Rode NT2A versatile large diaphragm condenser microphone with switchable polar pad and high-pass filter for vocal and instrument recording. You have to say the full thing. That is my mic. Do the little gasp. How do I gasp? Like, how do I do it? How do I do it? On cue. I don't know if I can. So, Megan, thank you for the 3 pounds. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, if my tracking is a little off, if I make some weird expressions or my mouth doesn't move when I'm talking, it's because the Yeti is right in front of my face. If I use something, it'll automatically do it right, probably. I don't know. I do wonder, like, if I was ever #1 world famous VTuber, fallenshadow. I don't know if I had like a gazillion viewers. Would I still be like, when someone gives me like, I don't know, a gift sub? Cause I'm still like that now. And I think I've been given quite a lot since I started. Way too much love from everyone. ASMR? Yes, kind of. Kind of. This is going to be a reading session. We are going to read my book today. We read the first 3? Was it 3? 3 chapters of my book during the charity stream, so if you missed that, you're gonna be so confused. So we'll be starting at chapter 4. I can link you to the VOD for the charity stream. Was in part 2, I imagine. Part 2. Okay, let me find where it begins. About here? Yeah, about here. Alright. There you go. If you missed it, that is where it begins. Settle down, kawaii-suki. Arigato gozaimashita. Yeah. いつも来てくれてありがとう。ありがとう、ありがとう。What book? My original book that I wrote. Yeah. It's very embarrassing. So, I'm not allowed to cringe. If I cringe, I get murdered. Does it get some sleep? Yes. The neighbors. Oh, the neighbors. They finished their deforestation. They finished it. So I could sleep without getting woken up by chainsaws. And also, Mama's shadow had barley last night, which made me very sad at first, but then I could sleep without him like eating my hair in my sleep, or I don't know, licking my forehead or chewing my tassels. So yeah, I'm in a good mood. Good mood. Isn't it wonderful what a little bit of sleep can get you? And then I woke up to really cute fan art. So I was like, yep, this is the day. This is the day, boys. So, yeah, right now, Genki. Yeah. How illogical, very real fact. Did you know that? Despite being Genki, the shadow is most dangerous in this mood. I hope that my my happiness can be a little contagious today, cause we're gonna have fun. Shondo, sleepover when? Sleepover where? Right now we're hanging out in my bedroom, so I guess it's kind of like a sleepover. Oh, Arabam, thank you so much for the 15 pounds. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Mwah. 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 Thank you. Morning, Shondo. Here's a little bit from me that I hope can help towards goal 100. Thanks for wishing me luck on finals in December. You passed all your classes. Yay! Congratulations, well done. Much love, Shondo. Thank you for your beautiful personality and content. Content. Can't read. Much love, Isaac. Thank you, Isaac. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm really happy that you passed your exams. Well done. Thank you very much. I do have, I won't lie to you, like, I have enough in savings to buy a cool 100 if I wanted to. But, to be honest, there isn't really a point right now. Cause, my recording space is very limited. And if I'm gonna spend, like, 7K on a microphone, I wanna be able to, like, soundproof my area and have somewhere really, really nice to just record. Cause right now, I don't even have my own room, so I'm very limited. And the cool 100 is very sensitive, so I've only got myself my own space. I'm planning on doing a subathon in September to save up a little bit more money to put towards my house. Yeah, and I'll keep putting money in savings until then. I know you see me buying a lot of art and stuff, but I always put money in the savings first. The book reading hasn't begun yet, we're just chatting. No, I wanna stay, I'm not sure if in this forest, but I wanna stay with the forest elders, and the forest critters, and the forest tree forever. Yeah, I'm actually pretty responsible. Scubs first, money saving. No, the other way around. Yeah. Yeah. Shadow responsible. Yeah. We don't talk about the baby. Houses in the UK, at least where I am, cause I don't live in a big city. And I don't live anywhere near London, so houses in the UK are they're not too bad. A house the size that I need is about probably gonna cost around 400,000. So I need to like save up enough to put down the mortgage. Yeah. No, they do not. First stats. No, they do not. They do not. Yeah, but that's like a 5-bedroom house. I know that sounds like a lot of money, but we need at least 5 bedrooms. so it's not so bad. Just move to Brazil. I cannot move to Brazil. You wanna know why? You wanna know why? I cannot move to Brazil because because I'm the #1 VTuber in Brazil. Everyone knows me in Brazil. If I take a step in Brazil, I'll have the paparazzi chasing after me. They'll chase me around. Let me sip. I basically need a hotel. But I work hard so I can save up. And I can have my own space. And I can have privacy. And if I have that, you know how sometimes if it gets to 11 p.m. I have to run away? Yeah. I wouldn't have to do that anymore. Do it. There isn't a set list. What are you doing? No. Don't you smile at me like that. Yeah, no time restrictions. I'd be able to shout in the middle of the night. I don't know if I would do 24 hours or attempt it again. Come by elbows after the house. Good idea. Good idea. With great power comes great bills. Great power comes great bills. Okay. I've suddenly gotten very warm. Please permit me to remove my hooded sweatshirt. Stop it. Oh no. Okay, I'm free. Tadaima. Don't make it weird, don't make it weird. Is a girl not allowed to remove layers? I'm literally wearing 2 more layers. I'm also gonna sip my coffee. Cricket chair. Yeah, my chair is creaky. It got worse because of Marley. And it's also worse because it's very restricted. Like, I think I've talked about this before. Because I'm very, very space limited. My desk is only 100 centimeters. It's very small. Even smaller than me. It's 100 centimeters. My computer case is really big. Takes up almost 50% of the underneath of my desk. So my chair My chair is about 60 centimeters, on my computer is about 40 centimeters, and if you do the maths, you will come to the conclusion that that means there is not very much space under the desk. So I have to very carefully navigate the arms of the chair around the leg of the desk so that it cannot fit. Yeah. And I think over time it made the arms very creaky. Yeah, I fit under the desk. Even with the chair pushed right in, I can sit under there. It's cozy down there, but there is a lot of wires. Flowing Spider 07, thank you for subscribing my prime. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you very much. And Unknown Gamer, thank you for 2 months. Thank you very much. I'm gonna try and crack my fingers. You ready? Did that sound good? Did it make you cringe? No cringing. No! Don't ew me. Don't ew me. Fingers go. Thank you for the patch. You cannot hear the song though. I can hear it. You cannot. I guess it makes people cringe because it's the bones. The bones. Sorry, I would like to take my fingers boneless, please. Sorry, we have too many bones. Sounded like bubble wrap. I can't do it again. I'm trying to crack. That's all I can do. I can maybe crack my wrist. It won't crack her enough. Actually, it's the gas bubbles that pop between joints and not bones. It's the same thing. I cannot crack my wrist. Remind me later, because I can make one of my wrists go like... You love the pops on the Blue Yeti? Arthritis and in person? Actually. That is a myth. You will not get arthritis from bone crack. 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 Mythbusters. Cause I'm like the mother lied to. She lied to. Should we say hello, by the way? We did not say hello yet. Lisa said hello. You wanna? You wanna say hello? Uh... Hello, Dormitory. Hello, Sotoa, Con, Shadow, Onion, Solitude. Hello, Derek Evans. Hello, Cal. Hello, Davis. Hello, Solid Healer. Hello, Sacronix. Hello, Chatty. Hello. Hello, Zephyrin. Hello, David Wolf. Hello, ASDS FK. Hello, Orphan. Hello, Insert. Hello, Scorpion. Hello, Alcon. Hello, Sugary. Hello, Raskers. Hello, ID 001 Sharon Ravenhood. Hello, First Labs. Hello, Brainstorm. Hello, Sadaku. Hello, Blood Knight. Hello, Phantom Wings. Hello, Typhoon Arrow. Hello, Silent Hello, Mintoki. Hello, Sokla. Hello, Night. Diaz. Hello, Tinoka. Hello, Blue Cat. Go Shadow Soto. Very sore. Hello, blah blah blah. Hello, Fort Rune. Hello, Blue Cat. Hello, Connor. Hello, Sagnamite. You are not late, don't worry. Hello, Vincent Tempest. Hello, Drew Place. Hello, Gal. Hello, not Midori. Hello, Son. Hello, Velvet Festu. Hello, McMac. Hello, Robo Player. Hello, Curious. Hello, Velomas P. Hello, Tsuki. Hello, Crazy Turkey. Hello, Nevada. Hello, Ugly-chan. Hello, Zendrin213. Hello, Mr. Bucket. Con Shadow Swag Night. Yes, you're on time. Hello, Moose. Hello, Westerman. Hello, Ventilation. Hello, Crumby Crumble. Hello, Spider Kazuma. Hello, Icky Gun. Hello, Slime Ball. Hello, Curious Swing. Hello, Phantom Claw. Hello, Shadow Hunter. Hello, Airbound TTV. Hello. Hello, Endis. Hello, First Sounds. Hello, Scora. Hello, Chunky Ronin Panda. Hello, Tsuki. Hello, Onion of Solitude. Stop making fun of me. Stop making fun of me. Hello, Suguri. Hello, Sutaku. Hello, Typhoon Arrow. Hello, Silent 187. Hello, Sotoa. Hello, Sir Slasher the Third. Hello, Leaf of Bread. Hello, Shadow Hunter. Hello, Not Shot. Hello, Louie. Hello, Sneedlin. Hello, Cato Deer. Hello, Mound Bounce. Hello, Kaiser. Hello, Not Shot. Hello, Top Fiery. Hello, Crimsicle. Hello, Centurin. Hello, Chief Triple. Hello, Mother of Pearls. Hello, Fan Club. Hello, Sabi. Hello, Kazuki Obito. Hello, Naka Chaser. Hello, iDirt. Hello, Gotsu. Hello, Jessica. Hello, Kazuki Obito. Hello, Kaiser. Hello, Snowfall. Hello, ACS of K. Hello, Slimeball. Hello, Gal. Hello, Jordan Yu. Hello, Fan Club. Hello, Venture. Oh, have a nice day and tell Mama Shadow I said hi. Hello, Domi Darling. Hello, Nidias. Hello, Zillan. Hello, Sitaku. Hello, Honey Bears. Hello, Derevins. Hello, Furfur. Hello, Vitalishan. Hello, First Sounds. Hello, Ghosty Raskers. We are done. I just keep going till I get to the bottom. Maybe that's correct. Maybe it's not. I don't care. No, tell Mama Bounder I say hi, I made a mistake. No. Yeah, tell them both. Wait, stay away from my mother. Okay. Scratch. Scratching your head, scratching your head. Louis, thank you for the bit. Thank you very much. Shadow will fix everything. Sorry, that was a noise. Life keeps making cracking noises when she moves. Is she broken? Should I return her and get a refund? Said Suki. You want me to fix this? I gotta tell you, Suki. Marriage is all about compromises. And when you said till death do it part, you agreed to those compromises. Yeah, no refunds, no exchanges or sales final. If you open the package, that's it. You know, sometimes your life has mental health issues or physical health issues, or she isn't actually that good at cooking, or you left your shredder frog in the fridge for later, and then you came back for it and she ate it, even though you said it was your shredder frog. Or she spilled her soup all over her favorite teddy bear. These things happen. But when you're married, no, you cannot divorce. You must accept even the flaws. If your life makes cracking noises, you should learn to accept the cracking noises as a part of your life. I'm sure there is parts of you that your life had to accept. And that's what marriage is all about. Yeah, if your wife cooks meth, you should also accept it. I hope that solves your problem. Ona-chan. 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 Scratch, 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 scratch. Of course, Rumari. Thank you for redeeming. Two p.m. is too early for ASMR. I mean, you're relaxing right now, but will you be relaxing in like 20 minutes when I'm cringing non-stop? Who knows? Exactly. It's the weekend. Honestly, I could write the best book ever written and not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, it was so cringe. If I ever do publish my book, not gonna lie, I'll probably do it under an alias. Not fallenshadow. Not my quote-unquote real name. Something else. And I won't tell you. You'll just have to track it down. But you will, I guess if you listen, you'll know the characters and stuff. And I'm not very good at keeping secrets. I don't know, it does make me happy that you're all here and you wanna listen to my cringe book. I don't think I could do an audiobook. Let me move my legs. I feel like people that do audiobook readings need to have like really silky, smooth, clear voices. And well, all of you men like my voice, but I think you're biased. Cause I have been told that people cannot understand me for some reason, or they find me hard to understand, or they think my voice is annoying. I don't know. We're biased, but without biased without the eye. That's a good one. You just hear baby noises. Honestly, I feel like the majority of my existence, I don't know. I know when I've gone out, people have asked me to repeat myself basically every time I speak. Someone is like, can you say that again? Sorry, what did you say? I know I'm difficult to understand. You just need to get good. Start browsing VT. I did a long time ago. Yeah, I do speak very softly, but I mean, I guess it's easier to understand over the internet because we have this cool thing called gain, and it means that I can just turn that shit the fuck up and you can understand me. But you cannot do that in real life. You cannot just be like, yo, what did you say? Up again, bro. This bullshit. I find it hard to understand sometimes because English is not my native, but it never stops me. I know that when I get excited and stuff, I have the tendency to talk a little bit faster, and it gets really hard to understand me because I slur my words a little bit, and then no one knows what I'm saying. So, I do try to enunciate as well as I can. Yeah, have a sister who talks like that 24/7. What if I just keep talking like this and then nobody will ever understand what I'm saying? And I can spill all my secrets, but nobody will make out what I'm saying unless they watch the stream at 0.5 speed. Then I can get away with doing whatever I want. Faster, I'm beginning to feel like a rap god. All my people from the front to the back, back. Talk more clearly when you say things faster. It's because I'm having to jerk my mouth around. I feel like if I put on a voice, it's easier for me to talk, but I don't think I could keep up a voice for like an entire stream. If I go out of my way to speak different, it's easier for me to enunciate better. But then I kind of have to hyper focus on that. No voice, only psychic messages. Does big sister voice still hurt? Yes. If I keep it up for too long. The main problem, right? The voice itself doesn't like hurt too much. The thing that hurts is breathing. The breathing hurts. And when I do a deep voice, I have to like push my voice way down to my stomach. And if I do that, then I have to breathe a lot more. Like breathe deeper to do that voice. And breathing deeply really hurts. So if I keep it up for longer than maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I don't know, it gets really hard to breathe. And it gets really painful and it really wears me out. But if you do a high-pitched voice, that's not as bad. But still, voice is not so easy right now. Where are you from? England. British, mate. Recording those videos must have taken forever then. I did the Mrs. Claus video. Around Christmas, and that took about twice as long to record. And I usually record because I have to keep stopping for like 20 minutes. Usually I take like 5-minute breaks, but I have to keep stopping for a really long time. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh no. 1 second. I made a mistake. Okay. Sorry, 1 minute. sorry, I made an oopsie. I refreshed my audio monitoring, and then when I opened it again, the sound wasn't working for some reason. It's okay, I'll fix it. Like the audio was playing through the wrong channel or something. I just have to restart it again. Oh no. You activated the evil train of doom. Louis, thank you for the bits. Snowfall, thank you for the 5 months, thank you. Fort Run, thank you for the 11 months, thank you very much. Nice. Nice. Nice train. Nice train. I did see someone ask, are you doing a voice right now? I'm just speaking a little softer than usual. Cause you ruined it. What did you do? No, the numbers. The numbers. First dance, it's not Christmas. It's not Christmas. I'm out of Discord and ping you Discord evil. No, but really update your notification settings. No, thank you for the bits. No. No, it's not. My god. My god. What are you doing? Ghosts and Rascals, thank you for the bits. First out, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for stats. Christmas and birthdays are important. Wow, I didn't know I was born on Christmas. Okay, but this means you cannot give me anything either on my birthday or at Christmas. Just so you know. You just forfeited your gift-giving license. Blue Faster, thank you for the bits. Oh, thank you. Mommy's doing it again. He's doing nothing again. How do I stop it? Swagnamite. Swagnamite, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Swagnamite. Also, please do not ask for someone to gift you a sub. I will bonk you. Nope. Bad. It's fine, alright. Thank you for the 2 more gift subs. Thank you. Upgraded. Congrats, I think. Congrats. I'm still not fond of these new badges. Oh my goodness, it's going too fast. Booba Faster, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hello, thank you. And for Roboteen, thank you for the 8 months. Thank you very much. LMFAO Gold, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you, thank you. Swagnaman, thank you for the 2 more gift subs. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Don't forget. Don't forget. If you get a gift sub, do not forget to say thank you. You're legally obligated to say thank you, or else the world explodes. That's what I'm saying, Mr. Bucket. There's way more. I'm not okay with that. You don't need to do that. Your water is out of stock. We're having a crisis. And all the water. There is no more. No nukes, no nukes. Those are dangerous and also illegal. You don't want to make the eagles sick, do you? They did nothing. They did nothing. No more water, only Pepsi. What a fate. Can't imagine. Holy crap, thank you for the huge hydrant. It ended in a nice number as well. It ended at 350. That is a number that does not upset me. Thank you, Fallon, for the 9 months. Thank you for the stream, baby. Thank you. Really, thank you for the bits. What are you doing? What are you doing? He's doing nothing. Mommy's doing nothing. He's doing nothing where he tries to get away with giving me like 1,000 bits, 100 at a time, and thinking that I won't notice. But I will. I will because I have eyes. I like to imagine that he's buying them 100 at a time. Perhaps I will purchase some more. This bag's like, do we know? No. What are you doing? Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, like Sonic, thank you for subscribing. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you. I will sip. Hi, Ross. Hello. How are you doing today? We're about to start reading. Toy. Thank you. Thank you. I think he's addicted to the number 100. He's got a hole in his pocket. He's walking around And the kid's dropping them. He's just dropping them all over the floor, leaving a trail of bits. Going in all your pocket. You need to get it prepared. No. No. He's trying to sneak past, but there's some of his bits falling out against the word in the back. Thank you. No. I'm just trying to be her. And so he's just throwing them in my head. Tiger, don't join in. Don't join in. Thank you. And Sadie Raven, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, I think it was one of the forest critters. Yeah, the downside of this mic is that it is quite a bit more sensitive, so you'll hear noises that it doesn't filter out. So you may hear random strange sounds. You guys, what is this? Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Tiger Calorie, thank you. Thank you. I'll shut. It did it. This is not a good hobby. I'm sure there is plenty more things you will find more fun than giving me 100 bits a minute. You really do not need to do that. Keep your bits. Keep them safely in your pocket. Yeah. 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 Doing things at you is pretty fun. Oh, so you're a sadist. I see. I see. Alright. You just like the violence. Hello, Teddy fans. Welcome. I'll sit thank you, boo. Oh my god, my entire activity feed is just 100 bits. I don't even know how many has been now. Too many. Your voice is cute. Thank you. Thank you very much. Highly logical, very highly logical and very real fact. Bullying the shadow with money is a crime. If you're guilty, the shadow police will come and beat you up. Open up, sure, it's the shadow police. justice system seems flawed. I wouldn't usually agree with police brutality, but in this specific situation, I think it's very warranted. Beat me up for shots? Thank you, but now I'm confused. Are you masochists or sadists? Louis, thank you. Oscar, thank you. I'm coming for you. Tiger, thank you. Kill, thank you. Swagner, thank you. Davis, thank you. Sitaka, thank you. Louis, thank you. This is definitely clown behavior. Are we done now? Is it all out of our systems? Yeah? No? Okay. We done? No? You know, I cannot read the book if you keep throwing 100 bits at me. Because I know the beginning, I'm gonna keep getting interrupted. Louis, thank you. For thank you. Hello, HBK, welcome. Hello, Acrylimus, welcome. Boo Fast, thank you. Louis, thank you. You are the reason that the justice system is corrupt. Because the Shadow Police has no choice. No choice at all. Okay, I'm gonna go powder my nose. I also need to get some paracetamol because I have this weird headache between my eyes. I think it's a caffeine headache. I've had quite a lot. So I'm gonna go do those things. I'll be in like 3 minutes. Please wait. I'll give you a kiss when I come back. I'm back. Mwah. Thank you for waiting. There is a plane. Shut up, plane. Didn't ask, don't care, plus you're a plane. I got my purse anymore. You're being rude? What are you doing? What is this mischief? Mischief. Slander, lies. First, I'll take you for the bench. One pair of gloves, please. Wear out. Now that's why you don't pay before you receive the service. Oh my god. Louis, thank you. Thank you, but really we have to do things now. Look, you're at 10,000 bits for this month. You happy now? Happy? Good number. Thank you so much. Yeah, book time. Just gonna pour some water. Also have my tea as well. Actually, I can kind of feel the paracetamol in my throat. You know what I mean? You know when you swallow it, but you can kind of still feel it. No swag, mate. Don't worry. I kind of want to stay for 4 hours today. Might be a fairly long stream, because my streams have been sort of short lately. So I like it to be long. But if we can start fairly soon, on the book, that may mean that we can, maybe we can read more than 2 chapters. And this is pretty much your only opportunity to read my book. Witness Ian? Don't worry about it. Even if you do, the VOD is here if you want to watch it. Unless I accidentally send off I don't know, I can even post it again. A picture of my bathroom or something. And then you'll be like, I know where that bathroom is. You break into my house and steal my shower head. Then I cry. Because I need that. Bye, Mr. Bucket. Hope you have a lovely rest of your day. See you later. Think I'm a comedian. I'm pretty funny. One day I hope to be both cute and also funny simultaneously. I don't know if it's possible, but I'm gonna do my best. Oh yeah. Yeah, I wanna tell you. Stop sobbing in my chat. Why are you crying all over the chat? Don't cry. Yeah, I can combine cute and funny into one word. Cute. Cute. Bayfield. What else would it be? What else would it be? Dirty Viva. Dirty Viva. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. Welcome. Welcome to the being subscribed gang. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm gonna get my book ready. We're up to chapter 4. Melanie she just got dunked on by Renee. I don't know if you remember. Hope you were doing your book revision reps. Where is it? We're reading a book that I wrote. That's why it's cringe. Chapter 4. Okay, let me make it. Can you see it? Is this right? Oh. Feel full screen reading. Full screen reading, perhaps. Full screen reading. Can I do that? Whoa, I don't think it's doing it. How did I do this before? On page. I did it somewhere before. Whoa, that looks bad. I set it all up before stream and I forgot how to set it up. This is a shadow moment. Okay, well, that's good enough. I have it on 140. I think so. Sorry, I'm rambling. Alright, let's see. There we go. You can see it. We put you on this monitor. Let's begin. Is my book finished? This is a rewrite. I never finished it. I think it's up to chapter 18. This goes up to. Okay. Chapter 4. Rules. Even a town as unchanging as Bayfield held several firm rules, whereas a few big changes took place over the years. Only a few things remained completely absolute. Facts scarcely registered, so grounded into its old roots that instead of being processed, they simply were. We'll see how I feel, Domi darling. We'll see how I feel. At least 2 chapters, maybe more. Population had been on a steady decline since the mid-70s. That was the newest entry for sure. Bayfield's elderly occupants took kindly to this, for there was no need to retire to a distant tropical haven when the very same peace and tranquility passed over the face, the place that had always been home. It was something that was known, something that was shared over a cheap burger in the town's sole McDonald's, not sponsored, mid-dinner time with 2 or 3 strangers dotted around the restaurant and not one more. Something that felt so very lonely and so very sacred at the same time. Something that was neither good nor bad, but something that simply was. Which was precisely how every rule of Bayfield worked. Exactly. They simply were. I like McDonald's, okay? The ode to loneliness was one of many. In Bayfield, any passing man held open a door for any passing woman, regardless of the age of either member of the pair. Chivalry held firm on the sands, unwashed by the seldom waves of Bayfield's new age of consumerism. You could consider that in time the tides would sweep that away too, but somehow it simply did not seem possible. The rules, which sink only when that damned ocean finally came in far enough to wash the entire town away. Not one single day before. And along with the loneliness, the doors, and a generous handful more, came another. There are no lakes in Bayfield, Melanie. Though perhaps this was uncertain to her alone. There never has been. And Bayfield's a seaside town. There's the ocean, but not much else. And look, there's a map. No damn lake. And stop rattling on about your bloody lake and get me another beer, Mel. You drowned in the fucking bath. Did that drink really do nothing for you? It was the only part of Bayfield that she had ever struggled to grasp. As native here as anyone, its rules and traditions came easily. Oh, but the lake. That damn lake had taken her beyond a decade to come to terms with 10, 15, no, 20 years of her training her brain to think that it simply was not so in order to make the idea click. And it had, she was sure. Though just maybe there was something, the tiniest defiant slither of hope back there. Something snagging underneath the layers and layers of heavy buildup that clung desperately on, so small and quiet and hidden that perhaps for a while she had forgotten it was there at all. Something that had been stowed away so exceptionally far, smuggled down further and further still with every passing year. That something had been dragged out of its deep, dark little corner now, and had fallen right back onto her lap. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. Tap. Tap, 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 tap. Lakes in Bayfield. Tap, 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 tap. Maps. Tap, 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 tap. Long nails slapping against the glass screen far too loud. A silent room, echoey, disturbed by that guilty clicking sound within her sweaty palm. Rooms that were usually loud and full felt twice as empty when they were quiet. Melanie almost felt as if she were committing a crime. Bayfield has an ocean, but not a lake. 0 results followed. What's wrong with you today, Mel? And she jumped, perhaps 3 feet up in the air. Melanie collapsed the phone's internal browser and flipped the screen side down into her lap. Quickly, shamefully, she suddenly remembered entering Liam's bedroom without knocking a few weeks ago to find him slamming shut tabs on his computer, and somehow this felt eerily like. Melanie didn't enjoy being on the other side of the exchange. Not one damn bit. She'd made Lena jump too. The woman's eyes went wide, lips pursed in surprise. She stood frozen for a long moment, a deer in headlights, And then Lena's shock shifted into a neat little frown. Pink lips still furrowed together, an expression of concern. She shook her head, sending a head of golden curls flying. Melanie had felt her friend's gaze tight on her all morning. She'd been going through the motions well enough to fool a class of 33-year-olds, but Lena was far too perceptive. For a woman so wispy and naive, she sure seemed to pick up on every little thing that Melanie did. Yeah, Lynn was watching that new fallenshadow ASMR drop. Didn't want to explain VTubers to his mom. Meeting Lena had felt like gaining the little sister she'd always wanted. But having a friend so latched onto her felt stifling right now. "Are you okay?" Lena asked gently. Nobody had ever spoken to her so softly before, Melanie was sure. "You've been shaky all day. It's not him, is it?" Cole's face crossed her thoughts for the first time all day. Certainly not. "I have a headache," Melanie explained, and it wasn't a lie either. Jesus, her head had been hurting since last night. 6 ibuprofen later, and the pounding pain hadn't let up one bit. Just tired. Jesus. Jesus hates Christ. Wait, what does the H stand for? Yeah, she's overdosing on drugs. Don't do ibuprofen, kids. What is the H for? Holy? Actually, Jesus holy Jesus hardcore. Jesus hardcore Christ. I like that more. That's awesome. Just tired. She climbed to her feet, shoving the phone from her thighs as nonchalantly as possible into her pants pocket. "Not sleeping again?" Lena asked, frown deepening. "Not in weeks." Melanie swayed. Truthfully, she'd been unsteady on her feet since last night. Maybe skipping dinner yesterday and breakfast this morning hadn't helped either. But her stomach was churning so intensely that she thought she might be unable to keep food down anyway. "Yeah? Pants pocket. What else would you say?" "Trousers pocket. Sounds weird." "Yeah, remember to eat. Don't take 6 ibuprofen. Don't, not eat. Just honestly, okay, here is a lesson. Whatever Melanie does, do the opposite." Trousers sounds so stupid. What a stupid word. Nobody says that. My family just says pants. Yeah, except McDonald's. No. Keep breathing, no. Oh. But now it lurched. God, it did. Stumbling to her feet sent a sickly familiar pain through her skull. The pounding headache amplified, sharpened like needles inside of her scalp, and Melanie's empty stomach twisted. She half expected the nightmare feeling to follow, like it had when she woke up from those vague drowning nightmares, like it had when she'd first seen Renee's drawing of that goddamn lake. What the fuck is wrong with me? Mel, Lena pleaded, big dark eyes wide beneath a furrowed brow. "Mel, you can't take care of the kids like this. Playtime ends in 5 minutes. I can get Amelia to substitute. You should..." "I'm fine, Lena," came out harshly. Jesus, I'm okay. I can work. But I'm fine. The lurching hadn't stopped. Rather, her stubbornness might well have made it worse. The lake is a metaphor for her guilt. You want more playtime? Nope. The lurching hadn't stopped. Well, I read that. Rather, her stubbornness might well have made it worse. But, just 5 minutes. 5 damn minutes alone. 0 results found. Leave me alone. Not now. Not ever. I'm better now. I'll be good. I don't want to break the rules. Oh no. It's time for the most cursed part of the entire book. You're gonna love this one. Drip drop. Maybe this was Melanie's punishment. The dizziness. The headache, the confusion, Renee's strangeness, that damn blank cold, a whole lot. It had to be. Everything that the past few weeks had held, that oddly ominous feeling that something was coming, that something really bad was going to happen, the sickening churn that something was sinisterly wrong. All of it. Every single part. Melanie was being punished, surely. Punished for weeks, punished for years, punished for something she only realized right now. Punished for never learning. She was a bad girl who had not learned her lesson, not learned what the grown-ups around her had spent years drumming into her head. That feisty, defiant little thought, drill, that had slipped through her fingers for so long until Renee had pulled it back. That was what she had done. The fact that it was still there after years of therapy, after tearing down the life and normalcy of everyone around her, after ending up with nothing, after trying so damned hard to build something of a life up for the new family she created. All of the work that she'd put in, that everyone had put in. All for what? Chirp, chirp. She'd been lying to everyone, of course. Had smiled, had finished school, and kept attending that dumb fox-faced therapist. And I kept saying everything was okay now. Everything was fixed. She pushed it all back, so deep that she couldn't reach it anymore, and let herself forget just how badly she was lying altogether. She thought of Liam, the baby that had been the foundation of the life that she had constructed. Of Renee, bright-eyed and brilliant. Of Summer, whose smile could light up a room. Liar. You lied to them. Everything you've given to them is a lie. Everything you've told them is a lie. You don't learn a damn thing. Drip, drip. The second tap in the early years staff bathroom had been dripping for as long as Melanie could remember. She recalled at one point there had been a single bead of water falling from the faucet, leaking into the sink every 10 or 15 seconds, just seldom enough to sound that if the bathroom was especially quiet, it might make you jump before you remembered what it was. But now that she had taken the time to listen, had been watching the thing for a while, she realized that there were in fact 2 drops dripping, and not 1 at all. Since when had there been 2? Melanie did not know. She could have sworn that last time she was in here it had been 1. But she'd been so certain that there was 1 drop for so long last time that she had not paid enough attention to be sure. It could have been 2 drops dripping from that tap the entire time it had been dripping all together. as he could not prove otherwise. This was simply reality. Thank you, Cal. I'm having fun. I did write this, so I should hope that I can read it. She thought of the tap at home now. It did not drip, but it had run, hadn't it? She didn't know why it slipped back into her mind now, for it had been days ago and so brief. She hadn't thought about it much more after Liam had mentioned it at all, but that damn tap slithered its way into her mind now, gushing loud and clear. Liam hadn't run it. Summer likely couldn't reach. And why would Renee be using the kitchen sink? Washing dishes was split between Melanie and Liam. Shutting the thing off wasn't something she'd forget to do. The idea was impossible. Switching off the kitchen sink after using it was something so ground in that she did not even think about it. The rules. Who'd switched on the tap? Drip, drop. Liam had said it was on full blast too. Drip, drop. Why would anyone switch on the tap all the way and leave it? Drip, drop. Why would anyone do that? Drip, drop. Was it so silly? Was it silly that something that had not even crossed her mind suddenly seemed so important? Mel, go home. Have you decided that Liam is the sus? You think it's him? You think he's an imposter? Since when had Lena been sat beside her? How long had she been there? About as long as the times and dripping doldrums. Perhaps Lena's undying devotion was part of the reason she loved her like she did. No, not part, a chunk, surely. It felt good to have someone attached. It felt good to have someone care. So she loved her, yes. Absolutely, Melanie did. But right now, little sister was much too near. Her eyes shone bright under cold yellow fluorescence, big and wide and dark and unreadable like two gleaming sea stones. As the light bar overhead buzzed, so seemed those eyes to be too. Melanie could feel Lena's shoulder against hers, slender but warm but unwelcome, too close, for too little space. The bathroom floor was cold. Melanie didn't touch it, for she was sure it would feel sticky. She had been aiming to lock herself in a stall for 5 or 15 minutes, but had decided here was fine too. Here by the door, here where the tap was safely within her sight, just in case it decided to start leaking a third drop too. I'm scared. The words were spoken in a voice she recognized, and she felt her throat vibrate and sink too. They were undoubtedly her own, and yet they felt so absurdly strange to her ears. Hi, Iris, quit. Why? Lena asked. I'm scared, 'cause everything's changing, came weakly. That foreign familiar voice again. I'm scared because I don't know what's going to happen. Drip, drop. You're scared, yeah? Mom cannot come pick her up, she's the mom. Come on, Shadow Lolic. Hello. She didn't look at Lena. Oh no. Instead, Melanie stared at the grubby creature across the room, its metal arc leering at her ominously, silver spine contorted into a twisted smile. Oh god, it was waiting. Waiting patiently for 2 drops to become 3, and for 3 drops to become 300. And one day, that tap would drip continuously and this room would overflow. It would grin at her until she drowned. stop shouting and get me a beer. I don't want things to change, Melanie said. What are you talking about? Kim best friend, caring and clueless. Mel, what happened yesterday? With Renee? Is that what this is? She destroyed it. What had happened? What had happened? She came home. My stomach is twisting around. What are you talking about? It's blurry still. I only realize what's happening. Renee, what are you talking about? What started? What are you saying? How do you know about that? I must have said something. I must have let it slip. I must have mentioned it to her at some point. She must have overheard me talking about it to Cole or Lena a long time ago. Or who is she, Renee? Why is she staring like that? Her eyes are empty again. Like when she draws. Mom, I want to go home. Tell me. Please tell me. I want to go home now. Lena, Melanie asked. Do you know who Casey is? It was the first time she realized. The very first time she'd said the name. Oh God, how awful it felt. Her stomach twisted and the pounding in her skull writhed suddenly, jolted alert like a snake stepped upon. Maybe it was even the first time she'd thought it too, for once the word had left her mouth, her mind jerked back in shock, and then slowly tested out the waters. Casey, 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 and the pain lessened just a little each time, falling back in acceptance as the word grew stronger, bouncing around her skull. She would not hide from it, no. It was foreign but too familiar, sickeningly so. A monster long forgotten dragged out from under the bed. Oh God, it was screeching, crying out like a bouncy and grabbing fistfuls of the carpet, smothered in two decades of dust and cobwebs. Her fractured brain had allowed it to grow. The monster was safe there. Like she was safe not remembering. Like she was safe with what everyone had told her all of these years. Like she was safe with the tap dripping one drop and not two. Yeah, this is my writing. Casey was mentioned last chapter by Renee. Casey? Asked Lena, frowning. I don't know a Casey. Do you have a last name? That was her favorite thing about Lena, she decided. How easily she played along. There was no need for explanation. Lena would help. Just like that. How much simpler that made this. Thank you for playing along. Renee said something about Casey. Melanie tried, though she already knew the response before the words left her mouth. Oh, it was pointless, absolutely. And yet she had to ask. Do you know if there's a Casey in this school? Melanie knew most of the kids that attended Bayfield Primary by name. One class to a year, plus reception and nursery, 250 kids at best. Never a Casey. There hadn't been a Casey here in the 4 years she'd been teaching, not one. Lena's eyes glinted away from her for a moment, to the side, like she sometimes did in thought. She felt them fall back on her a moment later, and surely enough... No, there was no Casey. Maybe a Katie? I think we have a Kathy in year 6. No Casey. Who the fuck is Casey? How is she? Lena asked suddenly. Renee. Is she alright? The cold eyes in the little cafe. I want to go home now. Silent all evening, of course. Ate dinner quickly. Excused herself. Sat in the room until Melanie told her it was time to go to sleep. quiet, Melanie said, because it was the only word she could accurately use. No, that wasn't true. It was a second as well. She couldn't deny that something wasn't going on anymore. Odd. She still says she didn't throw the table. Everyone wants to believe that, Lena mused, almost apologetically. I mean, it's not like Renee. Rachel was shaken. I mean, she didn't just tip it, she threw it halfway across the room. She's so small, right? But the whole class saw too, Mel. She yelled. Melanie prompted. Yeah. Rachel asked her to read something on the board. Renee didn't say anything. Rachel got closer, asked again, and she yelled no, threw it. Everyone's just shocked. Lena paused and cleared her throat. But Rachel, she says she won't treat her any differently or anything. Renee's not in trouble. Nobody was hurt, thank God. It's just odd. Melanie prompted. There's violence, but much later on. Lena nodded. The linoleum below suddenly felt unwelcome. Too cold, too hard. The world wasn't vibrating like it had been a little bit ago, and the pulsating inside of Melanie's skull had calmed just enough to be deemed tolerable. I think I'll do what you said and go home for today, she said. I'm feeling a little bit better now. I just need to rest for a little. The effect was instantaneous. Lena burst into a relieved smile. I'll be fine here, I promise. Just keep in touch, okay? Okay. Chop, chop. It wasn't often that Melanie found herself driving this route, mid-morning on a Wednesday. This had to be the first time that she could remember, in fact. Wednesdays meant work, which meant lots and lots of children and not very much road. Right now she ought to be handing out workbooks or cutting apples into slices or... Nagi! Nagi, hello! Hello, Raiders! Shadow. I'm Shadow. Aw, I'm a variety streamer. We do ASMR, we play games, we hang out. Sometimes I sing, even though I'm not good at it, because it's just fun. Today we are fulfilling one of the rewards from my subathon's charity stream that I did last month, and I'm reading you some of my book that I wrote. If you stay, you'll be very, very confused because we're around like chapter 4. So I understand if you don't want to stick around, that's no problem, but thank you for a rating, thank you so much. We will just be chilling. Gundam references everywhere. What does that mean? What we love today. Mod check. Mod check. Do you have mod? Mod check. Mod check. Can I have a shout out? Can I have a shout out for Nagi? Is that okay? Doing mod check. Mod check. No mod? No mods? No mods? Uh-oh. Let's play No More Heroes 3 again. Thank you, thank you. I got it, thank you very much. No mods. No mods. Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope that you all had a very wonderful stream. And thank you again for the raid, Nagi. We'll all just be vibing. Yes, yes. Where am I? Where am I? That became more certain with every minute she spent in her car. In fact, Melanie Logan had not needed to go home today. The monster admit that's true. She felt fine. God, how melodramatic all of that had been. She decided to apologize to Lena as soon as she possibly could. Her hand hesitated towards the radio, and then flitted back. No goddamn music. The finger skittered across the dash again, restless, and switched on the heating. Felt kinda cold. Mods are not sleeping. They're always watching. For a while, working had helped to smooth out the days, to give purpose to all the excess time she'd grown to resent. Cole's family were beyond comfortable financially, owners of several thousand acres of land, so building a life for them had meant no requirement to work. How gracious that had felt when Liam was little. How much of a blessing it had seemed. All Melanie Logan needed was her family, she thought when she was younger. If she could look after her children and see them grow big into good, kind, smart people, that would give her purpose, she had decided, at 16 with a head full of cotton wool and a baby on her hip. Maybe the journey was the mods we made along the way. And they've been looking for a new mod soon. We may have to do a little bit of I don't know, I may open applications because quite often lately I think the mods are very busy and it would be nice to have like one or two more pairs of eyes around here, you know what I mean? Yeah. Which, obviously, if you're a mod, you're not entitled to be, like, super glued to the screen. That'd be kinda lame. But, like, I don't know, it might be nice to have a couple more, people who can keep an eye on the chat and do shoutouts and stuff. Yeah. But I'll keep you updated. No, Tim, thank you for the 11 months. Thank you. Meow. Oops, sorry. My cat was on my keyboard. Yeah. 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 MC Gamer, thank you for subscribing. What a neat name you got there. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm gonna sip my tea. Welcome, welcome. The mods, no, mods are not allowed to simp. Mods are not allowed. Professionalism only. Soya Boya, hello. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Call on Shadow. I'm Shadow. Today we are reading my book. You're gonna be very freaking confused, cause I'm like 4 chapters in, and I don't know what's happening, and neither does anyone else, so you're especially not gonna know what's happening. I do lots of things. We hang out, we play games, we do stuff. It's okay if you don't wanna stick around for today. I'm streaming again tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope that you had a wonderful stream. Playing GTA 3. Where it gets really good after the 4th chapter. Who knows what will happen? It's a mystery. Then see who spoiled you. Who gave you spoilers? Mods are dead. No, Pyro dropped by. So, and if you do not think that you can misbehave, very rare mod sighting, you might get an also rare mod sighting. If we have an emergency, I can call and spot B. So, never think we're mobless, no mischief. You never know. You never know. Thank you so much for the raids, Leah. Thank you. I hope that you had a wonderful stream. What is GTA 4 like? Is it clunky? Yeah, I'm a mod. Aw. I see Dawn is lurking too, so lurker mod. Aw. Where am I? There was no period of realization. No slow budding idea that grew on her little by little each day. Oh no, it was completely sudden. A little while after Renee had started to walk. Cole had come home from work early for some reason, some stomach bug or headache or something else equally dumb. He'd been drinking tea in the kitchen. She walked through the door. I wanna talk. Yeah, you're not allowed to simp if you're a mod. So do be wary of that. You have to give up your simping license. Just for safety reasons. Scubs don't count as simping. Scubs are contributing. It's different. Become mod, ban everyone. Becomes mod, bans everyone. Shadow is now a one view. I am the only viewer. It's not actually a rule. Not actually. But I don't know. If you're moderating, you shouldn't really be. I don't know. Listen. Thank you. You just gotta be on your best behavior. That is the thing. You gotta set a good example. Are you ready for that kind of pressure? I don't know if you are. It was nice. Now I'm ready to relax. Your book don't be too confused. Things may be about to get a bit spicy. You like a little mischief? See? You're not ready. You're not ready to wield the Minecraft sword. Hi Venus, senpai, welcome. Oh, we had 2 raids and I forgot to say, just a warning, if you follow, we're now married. Oops, probably should have warned them before they followed. Well, too late now. Too late now. Not spicy like that. No leaving. No leaving. She had not known the words were within her until they had left her mouth. He had raised his eyebrows, not judgmental, but curious. Why? I'm bored here. He had smiled and he had nodded. What would you like to do? And everything had been better for a while. Padding her days with studying had been a welcome call back to school routine, and the image of Melanie, caged bird, had faded away as quickly as she had come. working towards something, having a goal, had done her more good than she could have hoped for. No longer were days filled with counting down the hours until Cole came home, but instead with herself, with betterment. And when work finally begun, for the first time in her life, Melanie felt well and truly, absolutely 100% free. Maybe she was spoiled for welcoming the disappearance of a life that had required so little from her. The idea passed through her head more than a few times. Bratty, ungrateful for not taking what had been handed to her on a silver platter. But Cole didn't mind, after all, and new Melanie certainly didn't either. Until new Melanie realized a year ago that she'd done the same thing all over. Oh yes, it hit her just as suddenly as it had the first time. She'd been tidying the classroom with Lena after the children went home, and wondered simply, why did she? She'd never so much as questioned it before, but the moment she did, everything became crystal clear. Because kids are all you know. Birds too scared to fly too far. The cage returned. Had it ever left? The freedom had been just as much an illusion as it had been the first time. 6 months pregnant, 15 years old, a fresh-faced Cole carrying a box of her belongings out of Dad's front door. Lights out, dark hallway. She'd watched the final glimpses of doorway daylight slip from the building's hold as the door closed for the last time. And the relief had hit her just the same as it had when she walked into Bayfield Primary's nursery classroom for the first time. My name is Miss Logan. I'm so glad to meet you all. Melanie was bored again. She wasn't exactly sure when she'd made a wrong turn, but Melanie found herself taking the scenic route home. Thick groves of oak, old and musky brown with autumn surrounded. The narrow streets and humble buildings have given way into darker, bulkier road, long and straight and clean. She blinked, and it took a moment, a brief but panicky, lost little moment, for Melanie to realize that she'd gone off track completely and utterly. Another minute or 3 and she'd find herself on the dual carriageway between Bayfield and Somerset, 15 miles over. That last turn-off came up soon, she knew, and she could arc back around the back roads, Old Bayfield, and find herself home. Got pregnant at 15. That's illegal. Snap out of it, she told herself. Stop spacing out. It was easier thought than done. Her head felt woozy again, she realized in dismay. And something else, too. Jesus was cold in her. She shuffled clumsily in her seat, fumbled for the thermostat. It sat happily 3/4 of the way up, but only icy cold air met her fingers at them. Vent. Again. Broken piece of shit. She groaned, slammed the thing all the way up, and rocked back again. Not far until the turn, surely. A sharp prick inside of her skull. Melanie flinched. God, it was coming back. Of course it was now. No, of course it was. Whatever the hell was causing this bitch of a headache was impatient, of course. Couldn't wait 10 damn minutes for her to get home. No, she guaranteed it. Her vision would swim the entire rest of the drive that remained, and the minute she pulled into the driveway, everything would be back to normal, and Melanie would feel fine. That was simply how it was. Another ripping pain. Pins and needles darted along the top of her head in a short tremor, goosebumps falling down her arms like the aftershock of an earthquake. The road was starting to rock, and it passed through her head that maybe, just maybe, she should pull over, though the idea was dismissed as quickly as it appeared. And God, It hurt. And yet Melanie couldn't help but think about how cold it was too. No, she brushed it off as the headache had returned, but the temperature refused to remain in the back seat any longer. It was freezing in this car. She kept her eyes dead set on the road, not feeling quite daring enough to look away, for she was sure the motion would send everything spinning again, and fumbled for the thermostat in disbelief. The thing would not turn up anymore. But there was no way that this was outside's temperature. Absolutely not. Today's morning had not been so much as icy, and by this time of day, hesitant autumn sunshine was basking the road in light. So what the hell is going on? It was colder in here than it was the other morning, she was certain. No, it had to have been less than a minute since she realized how cold it was, and the temperature must have dropped more than a few degrees further in that time too. It teased her, the sun outside, bright, illuminating the span of road ahead. Melanie exhaled. A faint cloud fogged up in front of her. Something was terribly, awfully wrong. She tried to rationalize it and it failed miserably, so that was all that was left. Melanie, something is really wrong. Her head felt weighty, stiff. Pain thumped, but it was not all. No, she could hear her heart within her chest. Quick little hiccupy beats, rapid but not strong enough to jolt her with every thump. Bum 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 bum, and her chest jerking. Her hands were tight on the wheel, locked close. She wasn't sure she could pry them off if she tried. And that feeling was growing, sickening. Her stomach twisting and twisting tighter with every passing second. It was here again. The nightmare feeling. Melanie inhaled. A fragile little gasp. Cold air shuddered down her lungs. Melanie exhaled. An impossible white cloud blossomed in the car. Pull over. Melanie kept driving. Turns coming up. Just gotta get home. Out of the corner of her eye, intricate webs of ice were growing from the corners of the windows. Another shaky, too visible breath trembled its way out of her body. Melanie ought to be shivering, but she felt solid like a rock. A brick sat in the driver's seat, unwavering, unmoving. She sneaked a glance at the passenger's door window now, covered completely in frost. This isn't right. This isn't right. It's 15 Celsius outside. Keep fucking driving. Melanie had only seen 2 or 3 other cars on the bypass since she'd realized she was on it, which was not especially odd at this time of day. That unsettled the feeling further. There was nobody around here. God, even if a car did pass, they'd be cruising 60 or 70. Why would they pull over? In Melanie's mind, this was fact, absolutely certain. She had to get home. The turn. She saw it. Only the center of the windshield was completely untouched by ice now, but God, she saw it. There was no real reasoning to it at all. Not one bit. But the relief, seeing that damn turn coming up off this endless stretch of road, felt like salvation. If she just made the turn, if Melanie just made this fucking turn, this had to end. Surely, it had to. There was nobody behind her, but Melanie flicked the indicator. Her hands were hard to move. Her heart was pounding faster. The relief. Melanie turned the wheel. It's her. She couldn't see through the middle of the windshield so well anymore. Even the center was becoming tainted by ice, but I made it. There it was again. It hurts. The nightmare feeling. It fucking hurts. Oh, she could barely call it that. This was 1,000 times worse than it had ever been. Every nerve in Melanie's body stood on end. Her stomach ripped so hard within her torso that it had to be injured in some way. She could feel the ice, feel it, she realized. Not pins and needles anymore, but shards of fucking ice climbing off the windowsill, crawling vice-like up her arms, her shoulders, a spiderweb parasite forcing its way into her ears. The ice was inside of her head now. There's a girl in the road, behind a mosaic of thickening ice, blurry, but there was no denying it. There was a girl in the middle of the road. She had not seen her, for she had just turned. A tiny little girl, about Renee's size. It fucking hurts. Blonde, she thought, wearing yellow. That was all Melanie could gather. The girl was mere inches away, around the fucking corner, playing in the fucking road. I'm going 60, I'm going 60, I'm going 60. And despite the impossibly cold car, despite the incomprehensible pain thundering through her head, despite the nightmare feeling and the ice inside of her skull, about Renee's size, there was suddenly nothing in the whole world that was more important. It's too late than slamming the brakes. It was quiet. Perhaps it had been before too, physically. But now it absolutely was quiet. Her breaths came like hiccups. Little hitches that jutted her shoulders up and down, shallow and rapid and silent. The seatbelt had done its job. The pain in her skull was already dissipating again, and the short, muscular ache around her shoulders had taken its place instead. Quiet. No pain. No nightmare feeling. And then the moment of absolute shock passed, and Melanie jerked rapidly around. She looked out of the windshield. She looked out of the passenger window. She looked out of the driver's side window, and to be sure, she spun around and looked out of the little back window too. Quiet. There had been a plethora of images, a story. It had come to her in flashes, brief, the car slamming to a halt, an awful, horrible impact, the body, the blood, the girl so small, an ambulance, the police, hours and hours of sitting, and a tiny little girl hooked up to 10 or 50 machines, and two parents slack-jawed and frown-eyed, expressions of revulsion, of incomprehensible hatred, of guilt, of an awful feeling of guilt far stronger than that twist of nightmare feeling, of a guilt that would never ever leave. Quiet. The windows were defrosting, she realized as she looked through them. It had only been a few seconds since she slammed the brakes, and the ice mosaic had been thick then. But already now Melanie could see the road ahead. The ice was retreating, melting by the moment, frostweb crumbling back into the corners from which it had grown. Melanie threw open the door. She stumbled for the road, the seatbelt around her neck gave a tug of protest, unclasped the buckle and climbed out of the car. 1, 2, 3, staggered steps back. Where? Another wide glimpse around. Down she go. The turn off the dual carriageway and back to Bayfield was an abrupt change from the straight, purposeful road before it. Gentle, worn road, lined with oak trees, and a little further down would be houses again. This road felt comforting again, like home, like one simple turn had put Melanie back into the world she knew. But this was old Bayfield, she was aware. The trees were thicker on the sides of the road than in the town center. The buildings were occasional in placement for a mile or two. No, It wasn't often she drove through Old Bayfield, for it wasn't often that she drove down the bypass to Somerset either. Trees, road, overgrown grass, and absolutely no little girls. Not one. Sus. That was chapter 4. Yeah. What does you think? It's time for chapter 5. What happens in chapter 5? What happens in 6? 1 second. Six is funny. Thank you, thank you. Let me finish my tea. 6 is the funny one. Yucky is cold. You couldn't follow. Fair enough. It's very confusing. My writing style is just word soup. It's just word soup. Yeah. I just throw the soup. Throw it at the page. Chaos. We've been eating fallenshadow writing. Nor alphabet soup cans. As kind of tricky it is to like read this to you and open up something very personal to me. It is kind of nice to be able to show you my writing, because my only writing you've ever seen is, well, hypothetically seen, is my stuff on YouTube, which obviously writing a script is so different to writing a book. Yeah. I like reading. It's fun reading out loud. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You're too nice to me. I expected to be bullied more. Wait, which chapter are we on? We're on 5, right? Where is 5? Where is 5? That's 5. 140. Yeah. Some old shadow vids had really fun writing. Not the new ones. I wanna do a sort of messed up video soon. I wanna do like a video with horror themes, but I want it to still be relaxing. I wanna do it. I don't know if anyone remembers the Lolly Doctor from like 2017, 2018, but I would really like to do a new character that is relatively similar to her. I would like to do ASMR. We did surgery on you. No, that was a doll maker, Sukla. Yes, girls, thank you for the bits. Very good. Thank you, thank you. ASMR surgery on a grape, but you're the grape. Can you see that okay? Yeah. Alright. Chapter 5. Secret. Wednesday night was impossibly long. Melanie climbed into bed a little after 9. Crisp white sheets had been calling her name since she'd gotten home, and God, it felt good to give in. The mattress was cool, the room dark. The heat and chaos of the day that had passed seemed to melt to nothing within the safety of the blankets. Here was calm and safe. Here was salvation. The frantic chain of thoughts that had been spiraling through her head since the incident in the car finally fell quiet. It was peaceful for a while. 30 minutes spent in bliss, cool and secure within the comfort of clean sheets. And then the sheets began to lose their cool, and her empty mind started to wander again. And soon enough, Melanie was swaddled too tightly in the confines of sticky, sweaty blankets, rampant mind thrumming, and those nasty thoughts only enlivened by the freedom that this room's darkness brought. She got up. 23:47. She splashed water on her face. She stared at herself in the mirror for a long moment, palms pressed against the counter of the sink, face to face with her reflection under the cold bathroom lights. Dilated eyes, swathed in purple shadow, pale, waxy skin. Guys, that's me. That's me. This is me. That's literally me. You need to forget about this. It's all going to be so much easier if you forget. The dark-haired woman before her was sour-faced, reluctant. The dark-haired woman could not stop thinking about the disappearing little girl. Let this shut up. And afterwards, she went back to bed. She tossed and turned a little longer, kicking back the sweaty sheets and raking her hands through her hair, and burying her head beneath the pillow only to resurface a moment later when she found that she could not breathe. It took a while, another hour perhaps, but eventually sleep found her. Melanie drifted off. Bye-bye, rage quit. I hope that the rest of your day is good. Think of her hanging up. There was no real dream, not really. No story, and gratefully no drowning either. But images followed her, as brief as the ones that had come when she thought she'd hit the girl. She saw her again, blurry through the frozen-up window, every bit as small and skinny as Renee. Short blonde hair, pale, head to toe in yellow. And then the image moved, and the girl turned around. Melanie's stomach twisted. Don't turn around. And she didn't. For then, the girl disappeared again. Melanie heard Renee's voice, as real and Renee and damn condescending as it had been back then. Drive carefully, please. And then, I want to go home now. Who are you? And then there was nothing again for a while. Just the comforting nothingness of sleep, muffled and warm and away. Instead of the awful sinking feeling Melanie felt afloat. She might have been atop that same lake now, adrift in its middle, water warm beneath her still and calm. It felt good, not to sink. It felt good to be at peace. And then a thought. I bet this is what it'd feel like if I had something to drink. Melanie woke up. She got up. 4:09. She splashed water on her face. She went downstairs. She crouched down by the cupboard under the sink. She pushed past the bleach, the plastic packaging of spare kitchen sponges. The drain cleaner. Melanie sunk further to the ground, belly to the floor, and reached back as far as her arm could reach. She found it. Her hand flinched away as the cool glass brushed against her skin, and then her fingers coiled around it tight. 2/3 a bottle of Jack Daniels. She stared at the glorious amber liquid for a long moment, mesmerized by the glimmer of the glass in the moonlight blooming through the kitchen window. And then Melanie stood up. Melanie poured the contents of the bottle down the sink. "I'm not playing this game." And Melanie went back to bed. Sleep came surprisingly easy this time. That bottle had been sitting under the sink for a couple of years now, collecting dust in the back of her mind. She hated that it was there, absolutely, but she'd felt that it needed to be. Having alcohol in the house, I won't drink it, I'm not gonna drink again, I hate drinking, had brought her safety, but she'd been lying to herself too. Why had it needed to be there? If she had recovered, why did she need alcohol just in case? If she was never going to drink again, I am never going to drink again, then why was it there still? Why couldn't she throw it away? Coward. But now it was gone. After years of this, after thinking to herself over and over that the secret two-thirds bottle of Jack Daniels under the sink had to go, but being unable to do it, not quite having the strength to throw it away. Holy shit, it was actually gone. She was free. And it had seemed so easy in the moment, not a second thought given to it. Could she have done it all along? All of this time, was that all she had to do? Coward. Her sleep was victorious. Throwing away the whiskey hadn't resolved the events of the day, not one bit. But it was enough for now to grant her a good few hours of deep slumber, and that felt like enough. Sound. Mama! She was rocking. The still beneath her was rippling, calm collapsing into waves. Melanie protested groggily. Mama! Mama! Not yet. She wasn't ready to leave it, that quiet, safe space. Not after how long it had taken to reach. Not when it had finally been well and truly calm. Ignore her. Mama. Mama, clock says 7. The onslaught continued. Tiny fingers were forcing themselves deep around her shoulder blades. The rocking was intensifying. Says 7, 3, and 9. Mama, wake up. Mama. She gave up. Leaving that place, that dark, comfortable place, and returning to the real world was frustratingly easy. Melanie hauled herself into a sitting position, and the cocoon slipped away as if it had never been there at all. She was back the moment she opened her eyes, and already the safe place had slipped well out of reach. Back where it was cold, back where the endless thought cycle would undoubtedly soon return. She raised a fist from beneath the sheets and pressed it tight against her aching eyes. No bunting, Summer. Drawn curtains shielded against the early morning sunshine, leaving the room basked in a warm, filtered glow. Surely enough, Summer sat to her side upon the mattress. Melanie's discarded blanket draped over her head like a tiny bright-eyed nun. Summer blinked. Summer erupted into a grin. And for a moment, in the delirium that sleep had left behind, Melanie smiled back. And then Summer's words entered Melanie's mind. 739. And the pieces clicked together. She almost jumped into panic mode. They were incredibly late. Panic was the only rational response. Melanie seized up, prepared to leap out of bed, and then something stopped her. Instead, she froze stiffly, shuddered, and then fell back limply against the pillow once more. And she found, simply, that she did not care. The mask plus ratio. Summer blinked. Summer smiled again. Is late? She chirped, as if Melanie's reaction meant she was not aware. Clock says 7:39. Melanie fired a glance at her phone on the bedside table. Unplugged. Thing had died and the alarm hadn't gone off. I don't care. I know, Melanie agreed. The hand that had raked gunk from her eyes had slipped back to her chest, and then it lifted once more, and Melanie placed it upon Summer's head. Soft and warm, the blanket dropped down to her shoulders from the movement, a fluffy hat of dark curls. But it's alright. You're a good girl, Summer. There was something incredibly soothing about the simple motion. Relief flooded through her in a sudden wave. Summer was warm, and Summer loved her, and Summer was smiling. And what more did Melanie need, really? Not me. All of the hours she had spent last night alone, going around and around in circles, kicking back covers just to pull them over again, thinking of cars and little blonde girls and Renee and not once Summer, round-eyed, innocent Summer, rosy-cheeked and bright and bad-headed in the morning. Summer, who she loved more than anything else in the world. When had everything become so complicated? That glowing smile had slipped from Summer's face, faltered just for a moment, smooth skin knitted into a tiny frown. Is Mama okay? And Summer surprised her. She reached out and placed a tiny hand upon Melanie's cheek. It was incredibly warm. Mountain Father, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you very much. Take this. It's dangerous to go alone. The little frown remained, paired with big blue eyes bright with concern. And something about those words felt like too much. Far too strong, far too sincere to be spoken from the mouth of a lispy 6-year-old. God, those words hit her like a blow. No, she wanted to say. No, Mama really isn't okay. Mama's fine, Melanie said. She widened her own smile. Don't worry about me. She expected Summer's smile to return too. It was practically as permanent a fixture on her face as her eyes and nose were, after all. But still, the pout remained. Summer's hand lifted from Melanie's face, and then found its way back, like the world's softest, slowest slap. Her palm was pressed tight again against Melanie's cheek, warm little finger still. But Mama feels different today, she said softly, brows knitted together. Summer knows. And there was another blow, with that mouthful of words too. Sharper than the first, she thought. The tiny girl sat beside her might as well have just kicked her in the stomach with all the strength of an adult man. Melanie was bewildered suddenly. The big blue eyes held on to her mesmerically. An ocean of innocence swirled into a strange sort of intelligence that Melanie had not known was there whatsoever till right this moment. Those eyes were Renee's eyes, her own eyes, her mother's eyes. And just like her other daughters did, they saw straight through her. Bye, Sutaka. Thank you for hanging out. I'll see you later. I hope the rest of your day is good. Yo, you ever slip up? Typo. Can't even bullshit a 6-year-old. She broke free. She had to, or else my 10,000-word planning document is not long enough. And pulled Summer down onto her, smothered the small girl in an embrace before those eyes ate her alive. A face full of dark curls stole the rest of the bedroom from view. Summer's weight was warm and welcome. Melanie held on to her tight. It felt good to hold something close that couldn't be taken away. Her fingers sought through the soft hair, and then the fluffiness was replaced by something cold by Summer's ear. "Hey," Melanie asked, "are you wearing my earrings again?" And into her chest, a muffled giggle. "You see this? This here? This is one of the most important sentences in the entire book." She got out of bed a short while after that. Once Melanie began to move, the apathy collapsed. Yeah, it's not important for about 30 more chapters, though. She stumbled out of bed, spent a moment collecting herself, and then urgency took over, and everything returned to normal. For a while, the events of the day prior and the night before disappeared completely, and all that mattered was getting the kids to school. Fingers still fumbling around the top button of her jeans, she gunned towards Liam's bedroom. She skimmed a glance at the hallway clock, 11:05, and then raised a fist to knock on the 11:05. 11:05. She glimpsed back at the clock, squinted. The second hand was not ticking. Right, broken. Shit, these batteries. And in the moment, Melanie stopped to glance back at the clock, one arm frozen in midair, inches away from the door, other desperately trying to push that stupid button through the hole. Fuck, these are harder to the fashion than usual. Did I gain weight? Oh god. A voice echoed from the other side, muffled, quiet. She couldn't make out a word beyond recognizing Liam's voice, and whatever he was saying was in a hushed tone. Her fists faltered. Melanie fell absolutely silent. Another voice joined Liam's, just as soft, speaking words just as indistinguishable. Renee. She spoke briefly, 2 or 3 or 5 words whispered, and then quiet. Melanie fired a glance over her shoulder at Summer and Renee's bedroom. The door was ajar. Nobody was inside. Melanie held her breath. Silence. Get her out of here. She's not allowed here yet. She blinked. The sound was audible. A fluttery wisp of eyelashes and then quiet. Complete quiet once more. The children. They're conspiring. Liam had been talking. Liam had said a lot. Melanie hadn't heard any of it. But after Renee had spoken, she listened. Nothing. Melanie waited a long moment more, not exactly sure why. Something about their hushed voices had captivated her, in the way that the moment something completely ordinary became guarded knowledge always did. No, this was far more unusual than the realm of simple curiosity. Even at this time, even running late, Melanie had to drag Liam out of bed. The last 2 or 3 years, he and Renee barely spoke to one another. He spent too much time in his bedroom, and she barely spoke to anyone anymore. No, this was strange all around. The whispered voices were just the cherry on the cake. And with everything else out of the ordinary lately, the cake? The spying on your children cake. No cake for that. Melanie knocked on the door. A pause. No reply. Melanie, the cake is sauce. Melanie counted to 5 and then opened it anyway. 2 sets of eyes found her, bright and beady in the dark. Both children were slack-faced, expressionless. Renee especially perched upon Liam's computer chair with her hands folded in her lap, eyebrows flat and lips as perfectly straight as a gambler about to reveal a winning poker hand. They stared. Melanie finally got the down button through the hole. We're late, she announced, drinking in the surroundings. 2 cereal bowls on Liam's desk, but both children were still clad in pajamas. Seriously, you two need to hurry, we're leaving in 10 minutes. She wanted to ask, God, of course she did. A flurry of fucking questions was racing through her mind. What were you talking about? Why are you two even awake? If you're up, why aren't you dressed? Why didn't you wake me? What are you doing in here together? Why do you both look so guilty? What were... But instead of asking, Melanie took a step back. I'll be in the kitchen. 10 minutes, got it? She didn't wait around in the room long enough to receive a reply, but part of Melanie knew that even if she stood there another 10 or 20 seconds, she'd get nothing beyond more owl-eyed silence out of either of them. For the first time since it had taken place, the incident in the car had been pushed back from the front of her conscious mind. Sleepy, thank you for the 2 months, thank you very much. She tried to tell herself that she was overthinking it. Of course she did. That Liam and Renee were probably discussing some game, or they'd woken up early and gotten breakfast and forgotten entirely about the time. And that would have been easy to believe if they'd been the ones to suggest one of those ideas to her mind. I got hungry and I didn't want to wake you up, so Liam got me cereal. Oh, Renee was showing some of her drawings. She could imagine it crystal clear. She'd smile and be glad that they were getting along again. Liam had doted on Renee when she was a baby. Fire! Hello! Con Shadow. Welcome, Raiders. Con Shadow. I'm Shadow. So many words. What the heck? Welcome. Bringing you good vibes. Thank you for the good vibes. Thank you so much. Thank you. How was your stream? What were you up to? Doesn't say. Wait. Wait. This one. There we go. All you are doing is more with your kitty cat. My kitty cat isn't very good at ASMR. He likes to scream. Today we were reading my book. I wrote this. It's kind of cringe, and we're on chapter 5, and I have no idea what's going on, and neither does anyone else. And since you came out of nowhere, you probably also won't know what's going on. That's okay, we do that here. We do lots of things in fact, but right now, I'm rambling. Yeah, I hope you had a lovely stream. Thank you so much for the raid. We will just be hanging out. Do not worry if you cannot stick around, or you don't want to stick around, because strange stream. Screaming cats are too cute too. I love vocal kitties. Not when you're trying to do it more. Very comfy. I'm glad. I hope that you had a lot of fun. And thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Yeah. I'm gonna pour some more water. Oh yeah, something I should probably mention. If you're right, you gotta remember to be numb. And also, if you follow, you're married to be numb. Basically, this is a story about vehicular infanticide. Yeah, you take care of your kitty. Thank you so much for stopping by. We will be waiting. Motorbike. Motorbike. No. No. Yeah, if you're on Twitch, you're not married to me. Liam had done it on Renee when she was a baby. God, for a few years the pair were inseparable. Barely able to walk, yet she'd follow him, toddling quick on chubby little legs to keep up. Oh, and he'd adored her too. When Melanie had told him that Mummy was going to have a baby, he'd begged for a little sister so badly she dreaded the day of her 20-week scan. But those blank expressions were guilty. Something had been going on in there. Normal kid stuff. Maybe he'd gotten through to her. I was gone. Maybe Lim had been able to pull Renee out of her shell for 5 minutes. Maybe this was something to do with the incident she'd had at school. That was what she wanted to think. Of course she did, that this was a juvenile secret between them. Something shared innocently, kept quiet between two siblings who had once been inseparably close. But how could she think that now? When nothing like this had happened before, when the two barely spoke. Everything was off lately, and Melanie couldn't believe that this was part of that too. Couldn't help but believe that this was part of this too. Hi, Bloodstorm. How you doing? You'll pay to have me read every book to you. I might get kinda tired. You've heard the story's ending? I haven't even written it yet. What the heck? How? I'm going insane. Nothing even happened. Then why can't I stop thinking about it? Because you're overthinking everything right now. But all of this is off. But what's actually happened? The girl. That wasn't real. It couldn't have been real. People don't disappear. She could still feel it. The cold leather of the steering wheel beneath her palms. The icy prickle as she choked down a gasp of frozen air. Melanie could still feel the pain rippling in tendrils across her scalp, clawing its way under her skin. And she could still see the little girl on the road. This pulsing. Oh no. It was real. And she was back again, thinking about the car again. Perfect fucking circle. Today had to be a new record. By the time they were out of the door, it was 8:15. Lena probably thought she wasn't coming in after the fiasco yesterday. And Liam would certainly be chewed out too. She offered him a ride in the car, but he shrugged and reassured her he would be fine. Brandy was long gone today, and as were most of their other neighbors too. Usually Melanie's car was one of the first to leave its driveway in the morning, but today the road was barren of vehicles, so Liam set off alone. One hand in his pocket, the other cramming a bagel into his mouth, in no more of a rush than he would have been if it was half an hour earlier. She was too preoccupied, too downright to spare it a second thought, until after the girls were strapped into the car. But after Melanie settled herself within her seat, a wave of vague uneasiness followed. She tucked her legs in, closed out the cool outside air, and sat for just a moment. It was quiet. Melanie's breath hitched, just a little. She'd been rushing around the last 20 minutes chaotically. The moment she closed herself into the car, everything had fallen still. It was embarrassing almost. The drive to pick the girls up from school yesterday had felt even worse. She had been stiff in her seat the entire time, white-knuckling the steering wheel, She'd been driving the little Ford Fiesta for years without so much as a hitch, but lately the car felt like a vehicle for the happenings of all things bad. Shutting herself in here felt about as good as locking herself in an industrial freezer. Melanie barely paused for more than a few moments, and then she was revving the engine, but like before, Summer picked up on it too. "Mama's okay?" "Mama's fine." Silence from the backseat. "Get out of there. What are you doing? What are you doing? Get out of there." She turned on the radio to quiet the stifling feeling. She glimpsed at her phone, charged to 24% in the time it had taken her to get ready. For the first time all morning. 8 missed calls. 3 from Lena yesterday evening, 4 from Cole, and 1 more from Lena 30 minutes ago. The first minute or two of the drive was spent in silence. "Get out of here." Melanie kept her eyes planted firmly on the road until the familiar little nagging feeling that she was being watched intently grew too big to resist. She allowed herself a quick glance. Renee's gaze was firm on her through the rearview mirror. An odd spike of deja vu. She daren't lift her hand from the steering wheel just in case. Just in case either of the girl's eager eyes picked up on the guilty motion. But instead, she leaned an inch or two over to the right, closer to the air vent by the wheel. Warm air trickled against her skin. Paranoid. You cannot buy the book. It's not real. But still, she could feel Renee watching her. Melanie settled again in her seat, but uncontrollably this time, uncomfortably. She knows. "Are you alright, Renee?" she asked. Her face was perfectly unreadable, as it had been this morning. Lately, it felt as if 9-year-old Renee had become an accomplished gambler. What a question that was, Melanie realized. Renee was just as aware of it as she. Melanie met her gaze in fleeting little glances between the mirror and the road, and though neither of them mentioned it, there was an instant understanding present. She was pushing, she realized, once the words had already left her mouth. She wouldn't ask, needn't hint heavier just in case Renee did not catch on. But she did, for there was no way those bright eyes did not understand precisely what Melanie was saying. Maybe it would have been better to ask directly. "So what were you two talking about before?" "Fairer, far fairer." But those sharp bright eyes told Melanie everything she needed to know. That it had been something after all. That early morning delirium and leftover paranoia were not the blame for this feeling. Renee and Liam had been talking about something. That was absolute now. A strange sort of relief came along with that knowledge. She hadn't been imagining it at all. Melanie didn't know what that something was, and the potency of Renee's stare. No glare. There was no hostility, but those eyes were so sharp that stare didn't come close. Told her that the girl wasn't going to give in so easily. "Try me," said those eyes. The eyes of a 4-foot-tall 9-year-old who might as well have just declared war. Renee didn't answer the question. That stare continued for a moment longer. She was the one to break it by turning towards the window, shoulders rolling back under her big duffel coat. She sighed. A light, girly little sigh, soft and high and childlike. "I want to know what you're hiding," Melanie thought. And then she realized, quite suddenly, that this was true. That this terrified her. This scared her more than the unexplainable cold, more than the disappearing girl in the street, more than Renee's weird behavior, more than the lake that wasn't real. Melanie was terrified. This tied to everything else, Renee and Liam. It had to. She didn't know how yet, but that Melanie understood. Everything was connected. Renee's glassy gaze warned. If she unraveled this little piece, then everything else would start falling apart too. Oh, I hope that we have art class today, hummed Renee, in the most upbeat tone Melanie had heard escape her in weeks. I want to draw. Melanie was drowning again. I don't want to forget anymore. I want to know. Yeah, she's... None of it's real. Melanie has schizophrenia. Yeah, you got me. Got him. That was chapter 5. Yeah. Yes, it was. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Let me sip. Firetail, thank you so much for subscribing for 3 months in advance. After one, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. How many chapters exist? 17. 17 full chapters. I finished chapter 17. Oof. Oh boy, that's unfortunate. I finished chapter 17 in December 2020. It's been a while. Yikes. Yikes. Oh boy. Oh man. You're thinking about finishing it? If I had the time, I would. It takes so long to write one chapter. I cannot justify that time. I've already read 18. Okay. Okay, what even happens? Let me open it. What the heck? You hear that noise? Flashback scene, that's cool. I don't remember writing it. Flashback scene. Yeah, you hear the spooky noise? Oh no, no, Microsoft Word isn't responding. Opening chapter 18 freaked it out. Okay, I'm gonna go powder my nose, and then I will treat you to chapter 6. I didn't say that I would read chapter 6, but I'm gonna go with you. I am a kind and merciful Shondo, I know. I'm just gonna go powder my nose. Please, Matte. Please wait. that I love. Hello. Thank you for waiting. Ah, there it is. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. I... Chapter 6. Taunt. Normal was a concept that held a lot more weight now than it had in a long time. She had clung on to the idea of it desperately many years ago. After the drowning incident came hospital, first medical and then psychiatric. She couldn't remember the early days of it all very well, just as she could not remember much of anything that came before. But once the dissociation and confusion started to ebb away and Melanie's real memories begun, there awakened the desire. She remembered thinking it, 13 years old perhaps, discharged from hospital the year before but still being pulled from classes for counseling sessions, followed by 30 sets of eyes as she stood to walk out of the silent room. I wish I didn't have to do this. I hate this. I'm okay now. I want to be normal. Another 60 seconds. A doctor had told her a few weeks after she had woken up. Had Melanie Logan spent another minute with her head between her knees, submerged to the scalp in the bathtub, she surely would have died. Had Dad waited just a little longer, knocked upon the door just a little later, blabbed out his sad, drunken apology and decided she was ignoring him instead of unconscious, and surely she would not have survived. She was lucky to escape with the damage that she had, a nurse had exclaimed during a particularly bad breakdown. I can't remember anything. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I want to die. I don't know any of you people. Stop touching me. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me. So she ought to be thankful that everything had turned out as well as it had. She ought to be very grateful for her father. She ought to be very glad indeed. He'd saved her life. Dad didn't speak to her for a while, whilst everything was still hazy, before she learned to tell them what they wanted to hear. He didn't visit even once. He'd been too drunk to remember any more than she did, but doctors reassured her he was surely racked with guilt, and that was why. Had he not drank so much, and had they not argued, and had he not snapped at her, then surely she would not have done what she did. He was probably tearing himself to pieces at home, a nurse had said. His only daughter, his only immediate family member, 10 years old and attempting suicide, down there succeeding. Any man would be despondent. She just had to wait a little, give him more time. After the grief she'd done to him, she owed him that much. He would come. And he did, in the end. She recognized him by this time, well enough to know the alcohol in his breath was just as strong as it had always been. He stared at her blankly, hands folded in his lap, cheeks pinched from the kiss of the bottle, but eyes untouched by tears. Are you better now? He asked simply. Are you normal again, Melanie? Normal had stopped meaning so much once she had achieved it. It slipped backstage, deep into the part of her mind where dormant threats slept, forgotten but still waiting, always waiting for a chance to return to her rise. And that day had come now. It was far off before, when she was little. Normal was not hers yet, longed for but not missed. Now that she had had it for so long and normal had become normal, it seemed weightier than then, slipping through the tips of outstretched fingers, snatched away and held just out of reach. Wow. Held just out of reach. Nice one. Normal was taunting her. Backstory. Melanie confronted Liam on Thursday evening. It was the quiet period following dinner time, when dishes were washed, lights were dimmed, and the girls started getting ready for bed. Liam's turn to wash up today. Arched over the sink and up to his elbows in bubbles, she knew he'd have no way to escape. Melanie leaned against the kitchen counter, watching him suds up forks and spoons in silence for a long moment before he realized she was there. Renee's resolve was far stronger than Liam's. The younger girl was too stubborn to slip, wise beyond her years, but keeping on at Liam meant that he would surely cave. He did not like conflict or confrontation. This was the boy that had smacked that other kid with a baseball bat and confessed this to Melanie in all the time that it had taken her to walk through the front door. After all, this could not be too difficult. What were you and Renee doing this morning? A little sideways glance. This morning? Talking before I came in. Oh. And he was washing dishes again now. So? The side eye again. So what? So? What was it about? He pulled a face, dismissive. You worried we're up to something? No? Then why do you care so much? Melanie was stunned. He wore the same poker face he had this morning. Liam was calm, shoulders slack. He lifted his sudsy hands from the sink and wiped them off on the towel. Against all odds, she was losing him. Why are you being so secretive? Melanie asked. She'd apparently become unworthy of his glance now. Liam was fixated upon the towel in his hands, juggling the thing around to fold it back into shape. I really don't get what your problem is. We were just talking, Mom. Really, that's it. He made such a neat job of it, too. All corners were tucked in, all loose threads snipped away. Scarcely a minute had passed since the conversation had begun, and already his tone told her that he had nothing more to say. Melanie laughed. It was a high chuckle, incredulous, borderline fucking hysterical. She laughed and she tucked her arms in, folded them close to her chest. I don't get why you're... I saw the bottle, you know. Liam's gaze was still down between his hands, face still perfectly composed. But there was something in his voice she heard, a little quiver, accusatory. He was so nonchalant that it took her until he'd finished folding and placing the towel back in its place for the pieces to click together. Oh, and she remembered then. Everything had been chaotic last night, a bloody soap opera split into fever dream episodes of inconsistent consciousness. How she had charged downstairs, dear God, the adrenaline dumping not shittily. Melanie had drifted back into slumber, basking in plush, cool relief, safe and airy in her little wonderland of pledged sobriety. She had not considered that the bottle would be waiting there still when she woke up, somber brown glass basking in the window light for all kitchen goers to see. She'd been so absorbed in the morning's conspiracy to pay it a thought as she walked through the kitchen to prepare breakfast. She whipped around a violent head jerk back towards the sink. No whiskey waited. Nothing taunted her there. No spiteful bottle appearing out of thin air to destroy the little normal that Melanie Logan had left.
Dear Melanie, you left me down under the sink for so long. It was so dark there. I was alone. Bleach doesn't smell nice, and the rubber gloves don't talk much. There are spiders down there. Why didn't you drink me, Melanie? I waited. Why did you leave me for so long and then pour me away? I hate you. Fuck you, Melanie. I hope your kids think you're a nasty drunk. Sincerely, Jack Daniels.
As very much now as she is expecting it, as very much as she now expected it to be there, fully sentient, malicious and all, the counter by the sink was barren of bottles. She made a quick, sweeping glance around the rest of the kitchen just to verify, but Jack Homewrecker Daniels was nowhere to be found. I threw it out, Liam confirmed. Neither of the girls saw it. He'd long since returned the towel to its home now, but Liam still did not look her way. His tone wasn't even accusatory any longer. How do you say that? Is that right? How do you say that? He'd already made up his mind. Melanie had not been aware that her hearing was taking place, and the judge had already found her guilty. Accusatory. Okay, makes sense. Liam, I know what you're thinking, but... He raised a hand dismissive. I know what you're going to say. Don't interrupt me, she defended. I dumped it down the sink. It's been there for years, Liam. I didn't. The outspread hand shifted from midair to his own hair. Melanie could no longer see his face. Think about it, she asked. It came out whiny, a sad little plea. I wasn't hungover this morning, was I? I dumped the bottle in the middle of the night. Do you seriously think I'd drink again? Tiredly, the hand fell away. Liam shifted backwards. He was grimacing, tired. I don't know what to think, he said. Renee was too little to remember, and Summer was a baby, but I do. And I know if you start drinking again, and Dad isn't here to stop you, I don't know what I'd do. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Jesus, Liam, please, I'm not drinking. Another step backwards, now in the kitchen doorway. He paused to finally meet her gaze. I really hope that's true, Liam said. I do. And then he left. It took her a moment to realize just how hard he'd slipped away. Normal returned again, against all odds. For just long enough that Melanie stopped checking over her shoulder, stopped analyzing every expression that crossed Renee's face and every word that left her mouth. Lena treated her as if she was made from fragile porcelain for the duration of Thursday, but by Friday she seemed to realize that Melanie would not break. The weekend was quiet and rainy. Bryony came over for dinner on Sunday, which was graciously as eventful as things got. The weekend's rain did not let up. With Monday morning came heavy downpour, submerging autumn's golds and greens under a murky layer of gray. Melanie bundled Summer into the car, hiding behind her raincoat, quick-moving this morning to avoid the cold wind threatening the hood shielding her head. Timing was good today. 7:38. so naturally the weather was not. The back door was shut then, slammed sloppily by rain-soiled hands. Melanie already had the driver's side door thrown open when she realized that she had not ever heard the opposite side close. And then Melanie realized she had not heard it open either. She turned. Renee stood perhaps 5 paces away, no closer to the car than the pathway. Her hood had been firmly over her head in the house 30 seconds ago, but it must have fallen down now, muddy blonde hair quickly being eaten up by rain. She stood still, feet planted together in patent shoes, school bag clasped in one hand, the other a fist by her side. And Renee stared. Melanie thought that it was at herself briefly, but self-absorbed as thought it was, for quickly it became clear that the girl was fixated upon the car. Slack-faced again, but utterly different to the poker champion look she'd donned before. This Renee was a statue, utterly vacant, stony face glossed with a garnish of cold September rain. This Renee was wrong, declared the voice within Melanie's head. Renee, are you getting in the car? She asked, her hands fallen to her sides now as rain began to wash over the interior of the car door. You're getting wet. The statue stared for another moment, a moment that seemed endlessly long, endlessly long, filled with quiet and rain and nothing more. And then Renee blinked, the trance shattered, and those blue eyes turned to fall upon Melanie for real. That strange, sincere look again, alive and bright and filled with that odd intelligence that came from somewhere far away, somewhere millions of light years away from the furthest stretches of what Melanie could comprehend. Today is a bad day, declared the tiny girl drenched in rain. We shouldn't drive to school today. It was a simple statement, matter of fact. Renee knew this, said Renee's voice. And below everything, far below every layer of logic and reasoning, dear God, Melanie believed her too. What are you talking about? She scoffed, because she had to. Oh God, Melanie had to, or else she'd go insane right here, right now. This would be it. Come on now. We have to get to school. Her own voice came out giddy, an octave too high. Renee stood still. We should stay home today, she insisted. It's okay if I stay home. It was a soft voice, but filled with absolute certainty. Renee's eyes were alight with knowing, but her lips were tight-pressed again, brows low and straight. We're not staying home, Renee. Don't be silly, Melanie said. What's wrong? I don't feel well, retorted the girl. Please get in the car, Renee. Renee stared. Melanie stared back. The rain continued to pour. Melanie decided. Hi, Zaya. Hi, Dorian. Why? She asked, without the giddy aversion. Why, Renee? What do you think is going to happen? The small girl blinked, and in the most sincere of tones. I don't know. Melanie's chest sunk. You don't know, she echoed. I don't know, Renee agreed. She could hear the defeat within the girl's voice. There was no lie this time, no poker face cover-up either. Renee did not know, and thus Renee could not win. Today just feels bad. Please get in the car, Renee. And gratefully, Renee did. Hi, Jess. Familiar morning routine usually felt more mechanical on days like these. Melanie drove mostly in silence, distantly aware of something playing upon the radio behind the din of raindrops slamming down upon the windshield glass. She drove with white knuckles, gnawing on the inside of her cheek, a little too conscious of the car's perfectly normal temperature. Melanie was aware that she was glimpsing at Renee through the rearview mirror once every few turns, but never did the girl's gaze catch hers. Today, Renee's head was turned firmly, gazing through the raindrop-patterned glass to her side. Possibly Orland's store, but this is the first draft. No back seating. They arrived at school 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Melanie parked the car, settled back within her seat, and eyed the groggy weather uneasily. Usually, students would be lining up in anticipation of the gate opening. Today, the streets were quiet, inhabited only by puddles and mud. She glimpsed between the girls through the rearview mirror. We can wait a moment. We're all late today. With the roar of the engine silenced and the drone of the radio gone, all that remained was rain. Melanie found her gaze lingering on Renee far longer than it did Summer. And perhaps she realized this too, for finally the older daughter turned away from the window to meet her stare. Yeah, you don't need to edit my writing, no? I don't get it. What do you know, Renee? Came out. It sounded gentle, at place in the quiet of the car. Melanie's throat was impossibly heavy given how light those words had been to say. What? No more playing, Melanie said, firmer. What's going on? Renee held Melanie's stare steadily. Melanie's hands were still tight on the steering wheel, though the car had stopped moving minutes before. Rain slammed down upon the roof. I don't know, Renee said, and it was every bit as sincere as it had been before in the rain. The drawing, Renee, Melanie said less softly now. Her voice trembled. The secrets. The kickoff at school, for crying out loud. What's going on with you recently? A moment passed. I don't know, said Renee, this time quieter than the last. There was no dodging her. Not today. Renee was not lying to her. Melanie knew that. And somehow that made the frustration so much more intense. Mama, piped Summer. Mama, what are you saying about? You don't know, Melanie repeated again. Renee, if you don't know, how on earth can I help you? Those 3 words had been progressively growing quieter with every time she said them. They were hardly separate words now, but Renee didn't skip a single beat. I don't know. Mama, tried Summer. Where did you see the lake, Renee? In my head, Renee said suddenly, a little less mousy now that she had a proper answer to give. I saw it in my head, so I drew it. Is it real? Renee was silent. Renee, is the lake real or not? Quiet. For the first time since the interrogation had begun, Renee's gaze slipped from Melanie's own. I don't know. Melanie let go of the steering wheel, and quickly her hands found their way into her hair. The rain seemed so much louder all of a sudden. A rhythmic cacophony inches above her head. Melanie shrunk down into her seat, trying to inch as far from it as possible, hair-knotted fingers finding their way over her ears. Who is Casey, Renee? And quietly, muffled behind hands in a roaring torrent of rain. I don't know. Melanie turned the radio up for a few moments after beginning the drive back home. With the girls gone, the car felt eerily empty and uncomfortably silent, even with the thrum of ceaseless rain upon the roof. She nudged the volume dial a little, and then a moment later a little more, and then after that further still, until she could feel the steering wheel vibrating beneath her hands. This felt safer. Not safe, God no. But safer, absolutely. Thrown haphazardly on the passenger seat as always, something else seemed to be vibrating too. She knew she shouldn't. Fuck, she really shouldn't. Hadn't she learned a thing? But the idea of not being alone anymore with the radio and her thoughts in the rain and Renee's senseless words ricocheting through her head was so thrilling that she'd already sandwiched the phone between her shoulder and her cheek. It didn't matter who it was in that moment. Be it Lena, her bank, or some dumbass scammer. Melanie was just blessed to have some semblance of human contact to distract her for a few moments until she was back home safe and sound. "Morning, Mel," said Cole. "Fuck," said Melanie. "Jesus Christ, where are you?" he asked. "Can't you turn that down?" Reluctantly, Melanie obliged. Whether this was better or worse than being alone, she could never truly decide for herself. Yet Melanie did not hang up the call. No, groan in regret as she did, the phone stayed firm in the crook of her neck. Fuck. Could she really blame herself for this? Melanie was scared. She would never admit that. Could never, because she'd sound insane. But it was damn true. And it was only until she got home after all. She could hang up on the asshole the moment she pulled into the driveway after all. "What do you want, Cole?" she asked, taking a left turn. Forgot how to read. "To talk to you, of course," came back smoothly. "Do you have any idea how many times I've called you now? I'm getting pretty desperate. More than 50 last time I checked." He laughed. "Right? So what are you doing?" "Driving. Talking to you for some reason." "Great." Cole's voice dropped. "What are you wearing?" She blinked. "Cole, what on earth do you want?" "Right now? One of your bacon and egg bagels." "Holy shit. You have no idea how many times I've tried to make one myself, Mel, but God, it's just not the same. What the hell does he put in those?" "Cole, I'm halfway down Turner Street, opposite the baker's. You have until I'm home, so you really need to get talking." "So, 5 minutes? 4, right." He sighed then, that strange, tired, transitional sigh that... Oh. Sorry, I got a delay. That strange, tired, transitional sigh that meant he was going to attempt to communicate somewhat sensibly. Cole North was going to act like an adult for 2 minutes. 3, if he was feeling really generous, and damned if he wasn't going to make sure everyone within listening proximity knew just how tiresome and strenuous an act it was. "I just want to see them, Mel," Cole said. "Fuck, you can be there. I don't need to be alone. 10 minutes. 5. I just want to talk to them and see how they are." "I need time, Cole." He sighed again, tiredly now. "That's what you keep saying." "Time, I respect that. You know I could just come over after school, right?" "I could just come over and there'd be nothing you could do, but I'm not going to do that because I'm not like that. You know I'm not like that, Mel. I'd call the police, Cole. You know that. I keep telling you. Mel just isn't good. Why? How long do I have to wait to speak to my own damn kids?" She told the kids. "I don't know. How does another 2 years sound? I thought you wanted to be serious." "I'm being serious, Melanie." Her hands were tight on the wheel again. She felt quiet. He did too, for a brief, blissful moment. "You're still mad at me," Cole said. His voice was softer now, and she saw them. Those sincere green eyes in the doorway last week, gnawing away at the sad, pathetic little part of her that only he could gnaw at. "That's what this is, Mel. I can't blame you, and I'm sorry. I can't tell you how sorry I am." She was quiet. You know I didn't want it like this, Mel, he said. Fuck, you must know that. You must know I didn't want this. Melanie was silent. 3 more turns, she counted. 3 turns from home. Soon, she said, finally. We'll figure something out soon. You can come over to the house. If they don't want you there, you leave, that's it. Tomorrow, he piped. Cole cut out for a moment. Melanie shuffled the phone between her shoulders with a frown. His voice came back over a weekend, and then about how I can come. Not tomorrow, she interrupted. Cole, you're breaking up. Can you hear me? You cannot, jittered. Not tomorrow, then fine. Wednesday we can. Silence. Quiet came back to the car now, in periods of 2 or 3 seconds at a time. The rain had slowed but not stopped, a soft drumming down upon the small car's roof. Melanie listened to the silence for a long moment, expecting his voice to return as it had before. Silence lurking. She counted to 10, and it did not. Cole? She realized it then, that there was no silence. Soft static instead, pressed against her cheek along with the phone's warm screen. And as she realized that the phone was warm, Melanie realized that the car was cold. And when she realized that the car was cold, she seized hold of the phone and tore it out of the crook of her neck. It seemed louder now that she heard it. Goosebumps rolled over her fingers where the phone sat within her hand, as if the phone itself was buzzing too. Melanie took down a breath. She could see it. She could fucking see her breath already, and slammed the car to a goddamn halt. She barely felt the seatbelt dig into her neck, or the hard thump of her back slamming against the driver's seat. No. Those things did not matter. All there was now was static, an ugly crinkling noise precisely akin to that of a TV with no signal. It did not just seem loud. No, the static was getting louder. Melanie tapped on the phone screen. Blank. She pressed the home button. Blank. Static louder. Fucking freezing in here. She didn't dare release her gaze from the phone, but Melanie could make out the fog of the windows frosting over again on either side. Cool? Melanie asked, and it came out quiet and breathy and submerged in an icy cloud. Cole, are you there? She could hear something else now, she realized. Faint, but becoming clearer as the static grew louder still. A wispy little sound that could well have been there all along. So soft that it could barely be distinguished from the monotonous buzzing sound that backed it. Breathing. She listened to it silently for a few long moments, too frozen to breathe. She heard it, raspy, soft, wheezing, slow breaths in, pause, 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 pause. Cole? Melanie choked, hopelessly. She saw Renee's eyes now, big and blue on a face linked by rain. She heard Renee's voice as the person that was not Cole on the other end of the phone spoke. Renee's words, Renee's strange warning that she could not listen to, could not abide because it was insane. Insane though this was fucking insane, and she was living it right here, right now. But it was not Renee's voice that she heard outside of her head. In the real world, in the car, the cold little car where the phone sat within her hand, emitting static and soft, raspy breathing. It jittered when it spoke. It jittered just like Cole had, fleeting in and out between waves of static. Don't let go. And then the line went dead. Dun dun dun. No, it's not a published book, it's just a story. Yeah. I'm good. I said, Cole's freaking dead. Yeah, I wrote this. Yeah. Really? They're all being so nice. I was like, I'll read you my cringe book because it's embarrassing and you'll make fun of it. And then everyone's being nice. What the heck? I don't even know who Cole is and I hate him. First time chat. Cole hasn't done anything. Well. When is gone? When is why he left? Oh, Windows noise, you didn't hear it. But I did. What is... That's the snake. Oh, I wanna get to 10. No. Oh, that's 11. Man. You wanna hear my voice more? You're doing nice, Suki. Thank you. You know what? You know what? You know what? I'll rate 7. It's cringe. It can be cringe, but you can also think it's awesome. Let's rate 7. My voice is getting a little worn out, so I may need to stop after this, but I don't know. Reading kind of hammers my voice. It's hard to read. I don't know why. Talking easy. Reading hard, talking easy. Okay, let's read 7. I'm feeling it. Yeah, I'm in a good mood today. I'm having a lot of fun. Chapter 7. Red. Red. Around and around the liquid swirled thick white foam. Excuse me, what is this word? I've never seen this word in my life. What the heck, Shadow? After... What? Effervesce? I'm googling it. What the heck? Thick white foam effervescing under the glower of vivid beam lights. Like evanescence. Wake me up. Effervescing under the glower of vivid beam lights. It was easy to become hypnotized by the colors when you spent so long staring up at them. And so Melanie moved slowly, every action thoughtless and robotically methodical. Sweep, swish, ring out, clap. Sweep, Swiss ring dry cloth. She liked the bubbles, really. She liked cleaning around the tables at the end of every day, slowly washing down the 10 different, often sticky, big round surfaces for 15 or 20 or however many minutes it took. Bye, Cranberry Crumble. I hope your work is good. Foamy stuff. I would prefer that. I should have just written foamy stuff. Or stupid word. Freaking show off past shadows like, ooh, I just learned this word. I'm gonna put it in my book and then forget it. Honestly, I wrote this so long ago that I'm like, who wrote this? This is just as new for me than you. After the children were handed over to guardians and the toys all put away, wiping down the tables was always Melanie's first pick of leftover cleanup tasks to complete. Why? It was mindless. It was nice to watch the bubbles sparkle, to not need to think for a while. It was nice to do something simple, something literally clean. Felt good to step back and feel satisfied at the sight of a bright, clean table, free of chocolate smears and finger paint marks. Checking school emails or selecting new reading books required far too much thought after a day of chasing after 4-year-olds. Watching bubbles dance underneath the classroom lights was all Melanie felt up to doing by this time, and that was fine by her. This was her break, her moment to breathe. It was salvation, a baptism performed in dish soap. And afterwards, Melanie would be reborn, clean now a child grime, refreshed to tackle the evening ahead. She was almost done wiping down the 9th table when word slipped through the silent classroom. Lena, do you believe in ghosts? Words that somehow must have been her own. She was down on the carpet, cross-legged like a child, face haloed by a crown of wispy hair sneaking free of her ponytail. Lena looked up from the book in her lap. Going through homework was usually what she did whilst Melanie cleaned, tactfully quiet to bless Melanie her chance, with a soft but bewildered look upon her face. Ghosts? She asked tentatively. Melanie unfolded herself beside the table, dumping the rag back into the bucket again. Already the familiar tinge of regret was beginning to riddle its way in. She took a step back, watching the table's shiny red surface gleam smoothly under the lights. Yeah, ghosts, Melanie clarified. You know, like in the movies, I guess. Spirits? Hauntings? Stuff like that. She turned from the table, back to the woman upon the floor. The homework book was closed now, Lena's slender hands neatly folded upon its front. She was watching Melanie attentively. Oh, she had Lena's full attention now, the mountain of books surrounding her already forgotten. My mother believed in ghosts. Lena hummed after a pause. She always said that the old woman who lived in the house before us was still here. She stuffed towels beneath the kitchen door every night. That was where she died, I think. She didn't want the woman crawling out when we slept. Lena raised one hand from her lap as she spoke. It danced through the air by her head, long, slender fingers shoving nothing nowhere. And you? Melanie asked. When I was really little, of course. Lena nodded vigorously, the disheveled ponytail sliding out further in her wake. I never went to the bathroom at night. I just lay there in bed, holding my pee, imagining this scary spinster in her white nightgown, lurking outside, waiting for me. And then I got to around 10 and I realized my mother was just insane. Does that answer the question, Mel? She was smiling, her words light, but it was there, that strange look that appeared in Lena's eyes whenever she spoke about her mother. It was funny, said the smile. It was a joke, absolutely. Melanie ought to laugh, but instead Lena seemed younger than ever, and those glossy eyes whispered that little sister needed a good hug. Sorry, Lena apologized quickly. The fleety little girl gaze was gone, washed away by realization. Oh, I didn't mean to. Well, I don't know. I don't believe in ghosts. Do you? No, said Melanie with certainty. I don't believe in ghosts. Lena blinked. The slack, confused look remained a moment longer, and then Lena burst into a smile again, this time a bright one that reached her eyes. What are you thinking about, Mel? And God, what a question that was. How easy it would be to tell the truth there. How relieving it would feel to tell Lena all about the girl on the road, about the phone call 2 days ago. How those words could just slide right out. How it would not take longer than a minute or two to recount the entire tale. And finally Melanie would be free of the secrecy. And it was terrifying how easy that felt, how close she surely was to telling someone what was happening. And she'd not attended therapy yesterday, and this was utterly why. The risk of mentioning something to Eve had seemed impossibly high, unavoidable. How could she not mention a single word of it all when it consumed her so completely? But Melanie had not considered that coming to work today would be so much drastically worse, and if she had, surely she would have avoided this too. If someone simply had to be told, she would choose Lena. And those words were inching closer now in this dangerous downtime, sneaking up out of her mouth while she watched the bubbles sway. I'm thinking about the little blonde girl that I almost hit with my car, Lena. I'm thinking about how she disappeared into thin air, Lena. I'm thinking about the little girl's voice down the phone, Lena. I'm thinking about how I'm going to go insane if I don't come clean, Lena. I'm thinking about how I must already be insane, Lena. I'm thinking about nothing, said Melanie. No, it's nothing. Safe. It's just, said Melanie, don't. Well, lately things, you fucking idiot, have been happening. Shut your mouth. And I really don't know how to explain, but shut your fucking mouth. But these things are really out of the ordinary, and they will lock you away again, they will lock you away again, they will lock you away again, they will lock you away. I'm scared of going insane, Lena. Stupid. Lena watched her with that bright, attentive gaze. She listened without judgment, face soft and warm. When Melanie finished, she paused for a moment, still, and then she went slack, a little furrow finding its way to her forehead. You're serious, Mel? Her words were far from cool, but that little with that little crease, that little fold that had crept its way onto her smooth skin said all that Melanie needed to know. And how could she blame her? How could she? She was acting different lately, and of course Lena had noticed, and of course she seemed batshit insane for this. That was normal, and that was right. Except none of this was fucking normal, and none of this was fucking right. And it disappeared, that little pressing urge, writhing beneath her skull, urging her to do it, to say something, to tell Lena. That feeling shrunk back into whichever little hole it had crawled out of, as if it had never been there at all. Lena did not understand, and Melanie did not have an explanation that would make her. Melanie apologized. Melanie said she did not know what came over her. Melanie said that she never should have mentioned it, that she was tired lately and her imagination was acting up, and that was all. Melanie cleaned the last table. Yeah, we are now well and truly into the schizo work. We're into the arc where Melanie is just having schizophrenic delusions and everyone makes fun of her. Let me shut. God. No meds. No meds. That's it. No, there is a lot of things wrong with Melanie, but schizophrenia is not one of them. Long time no Power Palooza! Thank you for subscribing with Prime. Welcome, welcome. Welcome. Thank you very much. Hope you are enjoying your stay. Thank you for all the restful nights. Thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the voices are for me. Don't steal my thing, Melanie. Just wait. You don't want to know a damn thing about book 3, Melanie. We do a little character development. That is not good development. Being a schizo right now is as good as it gets for her. Yeah, the bond will stay, don't worry. It came 20 minutes later, once Lena had taken the hint and stopped asking, once quiet had fallen upon the empty classroom once more. Yeah, I do bonk the VOD sometimes. Not today. Melanie was almost ready to go home by now, eyeing her coat hung up by the inside door, when someone knocked upon it. 3 hard, dull raps, and then it slowly swung open. It wasn't out of the ordinary for a receptionist to visit the classroom after school hours. Sometimes they come with notes from other teachers or messages from parents, and so Melanie barely looked up at first. And then Claire, or was it Kathy? They had new interns every now and again. They're all the same, fresh-faced and ponytailed, spoke. "We've got someone here to see you," she said, blonde, 19 or 20, voice high and over-enunciated in the way that people who are not around children every moment of their lives speak to children. And a good arm's distance away from Clara or Kathy stood the tiny figure, cloak-clad, twin tails lopsided at the end of the school day, and clutching her bag in both hands. She was tense, lips pursed, no characteristic smile. And then Summer's eyes locked with Melanie's, and a little shy one found its way to her lips. She pushed past the intern and found her way to Melanie's side. The smile grew brighter as the distance grew smaller, but Melanie did not have one of her own to offer back. No, all Melanie felt was confusion. Why the hell was Summer still here? Today Melanie worked, which meant that today Liam should have picked both girls up. Renee walked to Summer's classroom and then they walked together to the gates, where he would get off the bus and take both girls home. If the weather was nice, they'd walk some of the way and get ice cream, and if it was freezing fucking cold, they'd head straight home. This was how it had been since Liam had started high school. She could fault him for a lot of things, his delinquency, his estrangement lately, but Not once had Liam left his sister stranded at school. She's been sitting with us in the office for half an hour, said the intern. She's such a good girl, aren't you, Summer? She's been helping us spread some papers. Why is she here? Melanie interjected. It was abrupt, but the words spilled out. There it was again, that nagging little feeling, that growing itch that this was way off. The girl blinked. Come again? Why is Summer here? She asked again, and it came out louder this time with a tremble to boot. Where's Liam? Where's Renee? She was on her feet now. Melanie wasn't sure when it had happened, but she was standing and near down shaking too. She was overreacting. She knew she was. God, she could feel Lena and Summer stares on her, close and cautious. The intern looked taken aback now. The kitty talk voice gone. Hi, Sylvie. How you doing? What's up? You have a nice stream? He called, she said. Liam, he called and said that Renee had a doctor's appointment. That you knew that you asked him to pick her up. He said to send Summer to the office until you were done here. The fire had ignited the moment that Summer had come into her sight, but now she felt it, burning in her chest, a sweltering mix of fear and anger and shock and confusion dumped in a gallon of gasoline. When came out in a loud, scratchy voice she hardly recognized as her own. When was this? Around 12, stuttered the intern. 12, maybe 12:05, 12:10. I don't understand. Didn't you ask him to? No, I didn't ask him to. The girl's eyes flashed with realization. She staggered back. I'm so sorry, Miss Logan, she said. I didn't know he said that, but she couldn't hear Clara or Kathy or whatever the fuck she's called's voice anymore, not at all. No. It was gone. All of it, the classroom, Lena, Summer, everyone. All there was left now was that red-hot feeling, the chaos of every sizzling emotion in one. What the fuck is he playing at? Where the hell has he taken her? What the hell are they doing? The girl was still talking. Melanie could see her lips, soft pink lips, plump and shiny with sleek gloss, morphing rapidly below widened eyes. Just like the other day, what are they talking about? What are they doing? None of this too. You just let a fucking 13-year-old walk out of here with my daughter? Melanie heard now, a voice, a terribly loud voice, ricocheting violently around the walls of the little classroom. You didn't even ask me? You just take his word? You let him take her? 12:05, 12:10, 4:15, that's 4 hours. What are they doing? Where are they? 4 hours. The girl's lips were moving again, even faster this time, sliding around this way and down upon her face. Melanie could almost make out the words. Hi! You're right. It's 4 hours. Sorry doesn't cut it if she's what? Gotta go somewhere. Can't stay here. Where are they? Melanie was moving now, towards the dumbass and intern, towards the door. The girl jumped back out of her way. One fist closed around her coat, the other around the handle. She could hear Lena's voice somewhere far, far away, calling on after her. But she was already gone. Melanie used her phone whilst driving again today. She checked it as she left the school, one hand tied on the device and one hand fisted idly around Summers. Melanie wasn't sure what she was expecting, so finding no texts or calls brought neither relief nor worry. Next came calling. sorry, that was loud. I drank so much water. Well, then, next time calling Liam as he's going through the empty playground, calling Liam as she charged through the gate, calling Liam as she hauled Summer into the car and clicked her seatbelt on. Melanie was still calling Liam when the tired little engine of the Ford Fiesta finally kicked to life, and no way in hell was she going to give up now. Sometime after the 6th or 7th call went to voicemail, she started texting. Quick, one-word messages typed one-handedly as she glimpsed between the road and the phone. The answer, no. And when that did not work, they're at McDonald's. No, you figured it out. No. And when that did not work, Melanie began calling again. The streets passed by, a flurry of gray road and ashy green trees, a journey of autopilot turns. I'm gonna say it. Streamer is cute. I'm gonna say it. I rage quit 232 is cute. Coat. Field. And pigeon house. Mama came from behind her. Is Mama okay? Mama was not okay, not one bit. Mama would not be okay until Liam picked up his damn phone. He always had it on him. What kind of teenager didn't? And his replies always took seconds. By the 10th failed call, Melanie realized that he simply was not going to answer and threw the device down onto the passenger seat where it bounced with a hard bump. She eyed it still for the rest of the way home. The phone had landed face down, but she was damn certain she'd notice if it vibrated, and it did not. She grabbed it again after they pulled into the driveway, as if by some miracle a response could have slipped past anyway. A shirtless Liam, his arms around his sisters by the beach last summer, smiled up at her from the lock screen menacingly, but not one text from him had come through. The thoughts had been building up. Red, red, red. She saw nothing but red the duration of the drive, heard nothing but the cacophony of it too. Red screamed and burned behind her eyes, jittered through her body, impatient and wild. Red still cried out as she fumbled with the keys and crashed through the front door, one hand wrapped around Summer's wrist and the other around the useless phone. Melanie's heart thrummed within her chest. Red. And for one moment, one long moment after the front door flew open, the Red fell silent. All was quiet, soundless. She stood, breathing. Melanie stood in the hallway and breathed. She strained her ears, listening. Melanie's gaze swept over the hallway and then down to the door. 2 pairs of shoes, one pair small and patent, the other twice the first size. Both thrown on the floor uncaringly, one of Renee's upside down, one of Liam's a foot away from the other. Shoes taken off hurriedly. Shoes kicked off and dropped down. And with that, the silence ended. All at once, before the quiet fell again, the Red came abruptly back. Liam, she called out, too loud for the house, voice cracking. Liam, where are you? The Red ebbed for a moment, one filled with clarity, just long enough to process that Liam was going to respond just as promptly as he had to her texts. She did not understand it, and probably did not have the capacity to attempt to right now given how crowded with Red everything was, but damn did it spur the panic on. In the chaos came regrets. Why the hell hadn't she insisted on knowing what Liam and Renee were talking about the other day? Why hadn't she demanded to know? That had to have something to do with this and had to, for she had not done enough. Surely Melanie had not done enough. She had to have been consumed by her own panic and fear and the crazy fucking shit happening to her that she had not been able to help Renee. How can I help her when she won't talk to me? She had not helped Renee, and now... And now what? Oh, she did not know. Of course she did not. But the raw, wild terror that tore through Melanie to her core knew. Call it mother's instinct. Call it crazy fucking ghost shit. It didn't matter. Melanie knew that something was wrong. Something was awfully, terrifically wrong again. She tripped halfway up the stairs, slipped on the carpet, caught herself and staggered back to her feet, climbing desperately to the top. These stairs had never seemed quite so long before. Liam's closed bedroom door at the top of them, never so far away. She stumbled, skipped the last 2 stairs and threw herself against the door, calling out his name. She'd never stop, she realized now. That same desperate cry, Liam, Liam, where are you? Had not stopped since she burst through the front door. She'd thrown herself against it with quite some force. Liam's bedroom door should have opened. When it did not, she slammed herself against it again. This time it opened an inch, and then the damn thing shut again. That inch, that brief moment of dusky light inside of the bedroom. She saw a long arm, pale and thin, and she saw no more. Liam, let me in. The game was over. It had to be. He was right there, on the other side of the door. He was holding it closed. She hadn't had as much of a word out of him, neither now nor on the phone, but this confirmed it. This confirmed everything, surely. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. The words bounced around in her head, around the red, jumped from the bottom of her brain to the top of her skull, bling bling, bouncing up, down, cheering, almost victorious. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Oh, she was right. She was right. Something was awfully, awfully wrong. And bounce went those words. Little red gremlins inside of her head. Squeaky high-pitched voices crying, something is wrong! Something is wrong! Something is wrong! Something is... Mom, came Liam's voice, muffled behind the door. This one in the door I just saw. He sounded winded. She raised a hand and slammed its palm against the neat white wood of the door 3 times. Open the door, Liam. Yeah, bitch, something wrong with you, LMAO. She sounded winded too. She'd hit her knee on the stairs as she staggered up them, and it was throbbing now, throbbing red. Melanie hit against the door again, another 3 times, to which it did not budge. Calm down, Mom, said Liam. Please calm down. I can't open the door until you... She slammed her side hard against it. The door jolted open once more, that slim little crack. She saw Liam's arm again, just as pale and thin as the last time. And she saw something else too. His fingers, long and... How do you say that word? Lice? This? I use it a lot, but I don't know how to say it. And pale too, and smeared undeniably in red. Lice? Thank you. Shadow learning. It had ebbed a little. That feeling. Ever so slightly, scarcely enough to tell the difference. Perhaps it had been the relief from being here, from finally being home, from both pairs of shoes in the hallway, discarded hastily or not. But now it came unapologetically back. Little red gremlins bouncing around again, screaming and crying with glee. Something is wrong! Something is wrong! Something is wrong! What happened to her? A voice screamed hoarse, trembling with terror. What did you do? What did you do? She was slamming against the door again, blinded, body moving far out of her control. Melanie saw them smacking against the wood, rapid and wild and about as coordinated as a toddler throwing a tantrum. Her hips and her shoulders seared, but she slammed again and again, and one more damn time. Liam was yelling too. She was heard distantly, pleading her to please stop, Mom, please. The boy on the other side of the door had a solid 4 inches of height on her now, but those inches were atop a scrawny teenager's frame. On what was the 4th or 5th slam, the door stopped opening slithers and flew open wide. Melanie went with it, caught herself upon the handle and staggered back to her feet, quite like on the stairs before. It was dark in Liam's bedroom. The blinds and curtains had been drawn, leaving it in beige, musty midday shade. It was a mess in here. Liam was far from a meticulous cleaner, but never before had she seen the room in such absolute disarray. Clothes had been spewed from the thrown-open dresser drawers, sitting in pools upon the floor, bedsheets cast onto the carpet. What looked to be 3 cereal bowls were flipped upon the desk, one lying face down in a pool of its milk. And in the midst of it she was, tucked up tiny with her knees to her chest, face down upon the bed. Melanie did not need to touch Renee to know she was unconscious, because of course she was. Of course. The scrawny arms were attempting to grab onto Melanie now, the broad chest shoving its way in front of her. It was on Liam's shirt too, she realized, the blood red. Renee's hand hung lifelessly from the bed, and that too was streaked in gunk. She shoved past him again. Mom, please calm down. It's not what it looks like. She's not. And tumbled down on her knees to Renee's side. It wasn't just her fingers, no. She turned the girl over, dead weight, and found that Renee's skull shirt was smeared in patches of red too. Erratic blotches spread across her chest like a child's finger painting gone berserk. Her face was pale, ashy, quiet. Lips parted slightly. Blue. Shut up. Melanie held her own breath. Renee's shoulders tight within her hands, her head hanging limply down back onto the bed, because surely Melanie was awfully mistaken. Surely she was too panicked. Surely... Too quiet. Surely she was... Come back, it's better when it's red. Breathing. And yet, as hard as Melanie stared at the little girl's lips, as still as she forced her violently trembling body to be, as deathly silent as she forced the chaos in her head to become... Something is wrong! Something is wrong! Something is wrong! Renee was not breathing. Sad. Point of view. Something is wrong. Yay! I read it. Welcome. Well, hello, welcome. It's not what it looks like. What does it look like? I didn't stop writing her. This is chapter 7. I have until 17. Book does not have a permanent name, no. You think it's sus, do you? Oh, think it's sus. Then a sus? Pog? Mm. Do I leave you on a cliffhanger? Do I? Do I leave you on a cliffhanger? Mm. Mm. Okay, I've decided. Sliding my hand over your kidney. I will read you one more chapter. Just one more. I'm feeling merciful. I just feel too mean leaving you there. This is the biggest cliffhanger chapter. I'm not feeling mean today. I'm feeling very polite. Just gotta sip a little bit. My voice is gonna be mad tired after this because this chapter is pretty long. But that's okay. I like this chapter, so I'm okay with reading it. I'm almost out of water. That means I've almost drank. I've almost drank like 1,000,000 liters. Okay. Promise we'll go to sleep after one more page, Mommy's shadow. I don't know, I couldn't leave it like that. It's too mean on Liam. He doesn't deserve that. He looked mad sus. What's it you order if you just want a small drink? A martini. Thank you for the bits, not hamburger. What a nice first message. Okay. 10 chapters later. You know, it is a good job I have a streaming time limit, to be honest. Dude, it's Saturday. Oh, it's Saturday. That means my limit is... No, I'm not telling you that. Okay. Alright. Chapter 8. Gone. Melanie stared down at her hands. Not especially pretty hands. Oh, Lena had long, slender fingers, smooth, silky skin, the type of hands that emitted an air of elegance. Melanie would watch her sometimes in the classroom idly, a pen slotted between the dainty knuckles of her fingers, and think, God, Lena has such pretty hands. How unfair to do something so mundane, and yet look so regal and refined. Her own were not long nor slim. Melanie's hands were normal size, with normal stubby fingers. She bit her nails sometimes without realizing, and so they were jagged and uneven. Her knuckles were calloused from cleaning in cold weather, as they always were this time of year. In summer she would paint those jagged nails and her hands would be okay. They would not be pretty, no, they would not. But they would be okay. Vision shaking, she turned them over, flipped them palms up. A chaos of thin, winding veins, a rainbow of purple and blue and green that covered every inch of her flesh, amplified by the high contrast, bright lights overhead. Inside of every crease of her fingers, every fold of palm flesh, she saw them. Hundreds of them, thousands. How many veins did the human body have? Mom, the doctor's here. He needs to talk to you. Melanie unfolded herself, flexed her fingers out, and ripped her gaze away from them. Sure enough, 2 pairs of shoes stood before her. One pair identifiably Liam's, the same ones discarded by the door earlier. The other neat brown loafers of around the same size. She dragged her gaze up slowly, wincing under the glare of the bright lights. "Miss Logan," said he, a dark-haired, deep-wrinkled man in his 50s or 60s. There was an unreadability to his expression, a composed, seasoned practitioner stare. "Miss Logan, Renee is dead." The type of expression one gains when they do this time and time again. His eyes were so dark they might have been black, reflecting the beam of the fluorescence overhead and nothing more. Melanie got the feeling that this man could tell her she just won the lottery or that all of her children were dead with the same cool poker face and sullen, detached tone. Poker face. She thought of her suddenly, tiny in Liam's office chair, eyebrows slack, face unreadable. "Thank you for the bits, not hamburger. I promise not to drunk dial you. I'll go call you later." "Okay. Alright." "Thank you." And then she thought of her again too, face down on his bed. She thought of her hair, soft and silky between her fingers. She thought of her smile, gappy on one side where an adult tooth had yet to come in. She thought of her, not breathing. "Miss Logan," repeated the doctor, when Melanie did not speak. Renee's results came back. "There's nothing too worrying here to me. Her blood sugar and pressure are both low, which is probably what caused her to faint." Melanie shrunk back down to her hands again, for the lights were far too bright to bear a moment longer. They were there still, the veins, thousands of them, blue and purple and green. She made a fist with one hand, watching the knuckles of her fingers whiten and her thumb turn deep red. Melanie straightened her fingers out again, and quite suddenly realized that it was not her vision that was trembling at all. It was her hands. They must have been shaking the whole time she'd been sat here. How silly that she had not realized. "Dehydrated too, we're going to run more tests just to make sure," said someone far away. A pause then, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. "Miss Logan, are you listening to me?" She blinked hard. "I'm listening," said Melanie. "Thank you, doctor." She held her breath. Every inch of Melanie's body was alight, but with red no longer. It was a chill. Something similar to the feeling in the car that day. That terrible, awful feeling. She felt it coursing through her veins, thick and icy and numb, and it froze her. She did not dare move a muscle, a hair. No, she could not. Even a twitch now could destroy everything. Even a moment wasted here would be crippling. She stared down at Renee. She counted somewhere distantly. 1, 2, 3. And Renee remained still. 4, 5, 6. And Renee remained still. 7, 8, 9. And Renee remained still. 10. It did not sink in, for surely it was impossible. Absolutely. No, there was some kind of mistake. She did not know what it was, but there was certainly something that she wasn't grasping. There had to be. She could not remain still a moment longer. Finally, Melanie moved. 2 fingers stood anyway, pressed tight together, trembling, and then pressed close against Renee's neck. Oh, she felt warm. Warm and soft and fleshy, and that brought the briefest quiver of relief. coursing through Melanie before that crippling cold took over once more. She could see the fingers shaking, pressed tight beneath the little girl's chin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. As she moved them, she moved those fingers, pushed them further into Renee's neck, pushed them so damn far into that soft, warm flesh that she met the hard tissue of her windpipe, and then pushed closer still. But no matter how still Melanie was, how hard she stared at Renee's slightly parted, slightly blue lips, how long she counted, 11, 12, 13, 14, finally began to settle in that this is simply fact. Renee was not breathing. Renee was not breathing. Renee had no pulse. Miss Logan asked the doctor, "Are you alright?" Melanie blinked hard. "I'm listening." "I asked if Renee ate breakfast today, Miss Logan. And lunch too." Melanie blinked, bewildered. She looked up again from the kaleidoscope of veins. Oh, she had to meet him eye to eye now, absolutely. The light still seemed far too bright. "Doctor, could you turn the lights down, please?" But this seemed so immensely odd a thing to say now that the discomfort was to be bared. Flinching, Melanie met the doctor's gaze. The straight face was forward now. Oh, his forehead was full of little lines, neat, rumpled tucks of folded skin. She almost wondered why for a moment, for wasn't it she who ought to be frowning? Wasn't it she who ought to be confused? She blinked at him again, slowly. The doctor continued back, wordless. "Lunch?" she asked, finally. Melanie realized she was staring at his forehead still, trying to count those little wrinkles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And when she realized it, she slid her gaze down, back to those dark, reflective eyes. Because that was rude. How rude. Very, very rude, Melanie. Wow. That was the strangest question that Melanie had ever been asked. Perhaps her rudeness could be excused just a little. What a bizarre man. "I asked what Renee's ate today, Miss Logan," said the bizarre man. Her levels were low. She was dehydrated, Miss Logan. Are you sure you're okay?" Melanie was drowning again. Counting some of his wrinkles are very rude, but yes, she is in complete shock. It was sudden. There were no waves slowly lapping their way up to her neck, no tiptoes staggering or hitting at the water around her. There was no long fight, no choking down water and struggling to cough it back up, no slow submersion battle. Melanie was in over her head quite suddenly, and when she tried to lift her arms to fight back, she found that they would not move. "Call an ambulance, Liam." Oh, she'd been drowning for a long time now. That simply had to be it. How long exactly? The harder she thought about it, the further back it seemed to go. She'd been drowning already when Summer appeared in the classroom doorway with that dumb bitch of an intern. "There, we need an ambulance." Oh yeah, she'd already been far under then. She must have been drowning when everything happened in the car, for that could not have happened at all. Oh no, that must have been a... God, what do they call them? When you're in the desert and you're dehydrated, your tongue's so swollen up in your throat that you choke on it every time you try to breathe. She's not breathing, Liam. Amira, that's it. Except those are real, aren't they? Something about light rays bending, so it couldn't be that at all. It had been a long time since Melanie was in school, but she was damn sure a teacher had never said anything about little girls appearing in front of cars. And How the hell had it gotten so damn cold in there anyway? What do you mean she's not fine? What are you saying? She's not fine? Even if she went back a week or two further, she'd been drowning then too. Melanie didn't take baths very often. There'd been a time when she had every fucking night. Back when Melanie first became normal again, and Melanie realized that breaking down every time you climbed into a bathtub did not align with normal. So, it became a little testy again. Normal Melanie played the bath game every night until the crying stopped and the shaking went away. So she didn't need to take baths anymore. No, she did not. No need at all. She's not breathing. She's not breathing. Get off of me. I have to do something. CPR. Move. But once every few months, sometimes longer, sometimes a year or so would pass between. Melanie switched on the shower, took off her clothes and simply stood there, and the sudden urge would crawl out of the depths of her brain and take control. Melanie would turn the shower off, turn the bath on, and stand there unclothed, cold on bathroom tile, watching the water slowly rise up in the tub. Get off of me! Get off of me! Had to make sure she... Sometimes normal became so normal that Melanie forgot it was her at all. Just a little check, just once in a while, just to make sure that her legs didn't tremble as she lifted them over the porcelain, just to make sure that she did not shiver when the hot water lapped over her chest. Damn. And it happened the day that Renee had drawn the lake for the first time since early April. There had been a quiver that day, the slightest little flint, and with it came waves of disappointment and dread, for it was the first little quiver in almost 12 years. Melanie laid there longer than she had ever before in that day, neck deep, listening to her pulse thrum in the silent bathroom. Let go of me! As she realized then, she had been drowning all along. Melanie Logan had been drowning since that cold January in 1994. She forgot sometimes, choked down a mouthful of air others, but most of the time she was underneath, sinking, hair fanning out around her. She fell deeper and deeper still. She never surfaced. Let go! He wrestled her to the floor by the bed. They struggled there, both fighting to get to Renee first. Liam was winning, one arm stiflingly tied around Melanie's shoulders, and the other locked around her wrist. She clawed, outstretched hand grabbing desperately at air, lunging frantically for the motionless girl on the bed. Mom, you're not listening! Listen to me! She shoved him, hard. It was enough to make his grip loosen on her for a moment, and a moment was enough. Melanie threw herself forward, grabbing for Renee. He was close on her again, and by the time she reached her side, his hands grabbing at hers. Will you just... Liam's fingers closed around Melanie's hand. She struggled, and then he lifted her hand up, pulled it closer to Renee. And something twitched. The pure, primal panic that had kicked in after for just a moment, and she let him. He pressed her fingers against Renee's throat again, higher this time. His hands were warm, closed over hers tight. She saw him exhale above her, a deep, shaky breath. Look, he said, winded. Please, just look. Melanie was still. She breathed in. She breathed out. Liam did the same. For a long few moments, Melanie felt nothing. She watched their hands, his fingers marked with crusty red, her own streaked in and out too. She watched Renee, motionless still. Had to be 10 seconds, maybe even 15, but it seemed so much longer. All Melanie could do was breathe in fractured, breathless little gasps, her own heart racing, own hands trembling beneath Liam's. And then she finally felt it, the tiniest, weakest little thump. Her heart, Melanie said. Her heart's okay. Her heart's fine, Miss Logan. The ECG showed a normal, healthy heartbeat. Her heart is strong, not as much as a flutter. Are you sure? Miss Morgan, that was no pulse. She wasn't breathing. You might have been feeling the wrong place, Miss Logan. But I understand that you're shaken. You had a real scare. It's perfectly reasonable. But I assure you Renee is fine. She's perfectly healthy. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. Now Liam, on the other hand... Melanie forced her head up again, up towards her son. Liam's left arm was pressed against the shoulder of his right, a thick cloth between. Not bleeding, he said, as he realized then that he had been silent ever since the doctor had come over. He lifted the cloth, and there was a chunky, fleshy wound maybe 2 inches across. Surely enough, any bleeding that might have been there had stopped now. I'm alright, Doc. It doesn't hurt. That gash needs stitches or it'll scar. The boy shrugged. If Renee's alright, can we just go home? Liam asked, first to the doctor, and then he turned towards Melanie instead. I don't want to be here, Mama. I told you we don't need to come. She's alright. I'm alright, really. Schizo family. Yeah. Bayfield was too damn small. Tiny town with no damned hospital. Closest was Somerset General, 17 miles from home. It'd take 32 minutes to get there according to Google Maps, but going 80 down the empty bypass had already skimmed 5 minutes off. An ambulance would take longer. Too damn long. Long. Hell. Yeah. Melanie has crazy bit syndrome. Hate to break it to you. What if I told you? What if I told you she gets a million times worse? Right now, she's still like relatively real. Just wait. Just wait. Just wait. Just wait. Yeah, I think she's still reasonably sympathetic right now. I tried to make her reasonably sympathetic anyway. She's insane, yes. But, she's insane, but... she's being kinda gaslit by the planet. Yeah. Really. We were just messing around, things got out of control, she passed out. I slammed my arm on the corner of the desk trying to catch her. That thing is damn sharp. The bypass seemed so impossibly wrong. Yeah, she's being gaslit by reality. It went on too long. It had been long while since Melanie had driven to Somerset, and right now the endless span of same grey road lined with the same ashy trees was driving her insane. She was going to go mad driving to Somerset. Oh yes. There was no way she could arrive in one piece if her hands were shaking this violently, and her eyes as blurry after hardly 6 miles had passed. Melanie could not speak. Melanie could hardly think. She had to drive faster. She had to drive faster. You listening, Mom? Came from the back of the car. I'm sorry I didn't tell you I picked her up from school. You asked me this morning if I wouldn't. I don't know. I just thought it'd be good if we spend more time together. She's going through a lot lately. I was hoping I could get her to open up to me, and then I'd tell you, of course. So, great. throat so damn gray. I don't think she's eating enough. See, he continued clearing his throat. Blood pressure or something, probably, right? It's happened before, Mom. Last week in the morning. Remember, you asked what we were talking about? She'll wake up soon. She's just exhausted, Mom. She's... God, Melody wanted to close her eyes. She wanted to squeeze them tight. Tight. Shut. The world was getting blurry. An ocean of milky gray. Surely it couldn't be solid. Surely the car was going to start sinking down a one-way submerged into a concrete lake. Surely the further Melanie drove, the more likely this became. Surely if they kept going, this was inevitable. There was an asphalt moat between Melanie Logan and Somerset General. She told me she doesn't sleep much lately. I think school's getting into her too, and is she still breathing, Liam? Melanie asked. Yes, Mom, she's breathing fine. Normally, just hasn't woken up yet soon. Can't we go back home now? Melanie pushed down on the accelerator. No, Redcliffe, no. Can I see her? Of course, Miss Logan. She's awake now. When Melanie stood, the world swayed. The fluorescent light surged even brighter for a long moment while she adjusted to being back on her feet, and then they returned to normal. You think she's sympathetic? I hope so. I'm trying to paint the picture, I guess, that she's in this completely absurd situation. She cannot confide in anyone. She's gaslighting herself constantly, both that it's real and it's not. Yeah, I like putting you in crazy bitch's head. It's fun. And Melanie was walking the direction that the doctor was pointing. There was a shuffle on the seat to her side. Melanie turned back, told Summer to stay with Liam, and staggered on her way. The world is coming for her. It had been a long time since Melanie had stepped foot inside Somerset General Hospital, and only now did it hit that the last time she'd been in the pediatric clinic had been as a patient herself. Once she realized this, the corridor ceased being just a foreign walkway of blaring lights. Melanie recognized this damn corridor. It had changed a lot in almost 20 years. Oh yes, no paint here, no towel there. But this was the same damn corridor she'd been wheeled up and down dozens, if not hundreds of times, and that knowledge came with an ugly, uncomfortable nostalgia. She walked as swiftly as her shaky legs could manage, flooded with relief when Renee's... Hello, Raiders! Welcome! Come on, Shadow. Hello, Kitanya. How are you doing? Come on, Shadow. I'm Shadow. We're all reading. We do things. We hang out. Right now I'm reading my book. It's kinda cringe, but we're having fun. If you stick around, you're gonna be very confused because this is chapter 8. Yeah? What did you get up to today? What did you get up to? I'll tell you. Streaming. Oh, you were doing it tomorrow also. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. A bazillion raids. Yeah, we're just suffering a little bit right now. It's okay, Louie. I got it. Yeah, we're just hanging out and reading. Oh, I forgot to tell you that. If you follow me, we're legally married. It's a legally binding contract, so you should probably be careful. But yeah, we do fun things here. We play games. We do ASMR. This isn't my normal ASMR. Today is kind of like a occasion scene. Very rare. We were hanging out reading my book. Yeah, you were married. Isn't that awesome? Yeah. She may or may not have cut off a bit more hair today. Your hair? Or hers? Does you have fun today? Thank you very much for the rate. But if you gotta go somewhere or do something, don't sweat it. I'm gonna sweat. Yeah. It's all so sudden. I don't think so. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope that you had a wonderful stream. Thank you so much. Yeah. Sorry, my voice is a little croaky right now. I have been reading for 5 hours. Oops. Yeah, Mom, again, you do have to fight to the death with everyone else. That is a warning. Just so you know. Yeah, if you subscribe, you got a free sharp stick. It's a massive advantage. I'm gonna continue reading. You'll have no idea what's happening, so it's okay. Where am I? She walked as swiftly as her shaky legs could manage, flooded with relief when Renee's bay was one of the first. The corridor had seemed so much larger as a child, a wide, endless run full of people and the scuffling of the wheelchair beneath her. But now it seemed too narrow, stiflingly claustrophobic. The tang of antiseptic crawled down her throat, stronger and thicker with every step into the hospital's core. Tight-chested, Melanie rounded left. It was a small room with lower ceilings down the corridor. The smell seemed somehow even denser here, too. 4 beds, 2 lining each side of the room. The curtains of 2 were drawn across and another empty. White sheets rumpled and ominously thrown back. Melanie's gaze flitted from one to another, eliminating them one by one. And Infernal Eclipse, thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you, welcome. Enjoy your free sharp stick. Don't be too violent. You gotta get the non-subs the first punch. It's only fair. It was a small room with... Wait, is that here? I'll read it again. It was a small room with lower ceilings than the corridor. The smell seemed somehow even denser here. 4 beds, 2 lining each side of the room. Curtains of 2 were drawn across and another empty. Light sheets rumpled and ominously thrown back. Melanie's gaze flitted from one to another, eliminating them one by one. Bed 1, no Renee. Bed 2, no Renee. Bed 3, nobody. Bed 4, she was hidden mostly behind a half-drawn curtain. Melanie dashed through it and damn near collapsed at her side. Renee was sat up. Short tick. Tick. Renee was sat up. Renee was truly awake. She hadn't realized that up until now she hadn't been able to believe the doctor because his words seemed far too good to be true. There could be no way after all. No way that Melanie was dizzy enough to misplace a pulse. No way that Renee had not been breathing. There was no way that it could all have been this simple when surely this was what the last few weeks had been leading up to. There was no way that she got off so easily. But she was there. Eyes a sky of blue, bed-headed in a hospital gown, but otherwise untouched. She was perfect in that moment, a tiny goddess under a heaven of fluorescent lights. And somehow Melanie had created this tiny goddess, though she did not know how she had created something so beautiful and perfect. And she thanked her for staying, for still being here, for not going back to where goddesses who are too perfect go and never opening those heaven blue eyes again. Night-night, Dalek. Have a nice sleep. She reached over to touch her Nathan. Oh wait. Hey baby, Melanie said, and her voice quivered a little. She sunk down onto the bed, trembling legs thankful. Were you feeling alright? She reached over to touch her Nathan. She had to. There was still that little part of her that could not wrap itself around the words the doctor had said. Because surely she knew better than him, surely so. Who was he? He didn't know Renee. He hadn't been there. Melanie was her mother. Melanie didn't make it up. Melanie wouldn't make that up. But she leaned over and placed her palm against Renee's cheek. Warm skin met her, soft with youth and irrefutably real. Finally that doubt passed, and the avalanche of relief that had been behind it came rolling through. Melanie was drowning again, but this time it was liberating. She let her hand stay there, because she could not bear to draw it away. Yeah, that's true, I told you how to make baby. Uneducational. I'm okay, Renee said, nodding underneath Melanie's palm. Her voice was soft, a little broken. Can we go home? Melanie thought of the cafe suddenly, the day that Renee was sent home from school. I don't want to go to the place for crazy people. She thought about the fear in Renee's eyes then. It reflected back now, a wide deer in headlights look. Not just yet, Melanie said. It won't be overnight, don't worry. Just a little while longer. She hoped she was right. She hoped those last few tests didn't come back, and that the doctor was right, and nothing was wrong with Renee, and she really was making it up. She really was just insane. That would be the easiest way. That would be the best way. Don't make me lie to her. I don't want to be a liar. Please don't make her trust me less. Hell, everything would be easier then. Oh yes, if Melanie was absolutely off the rails, completely mad, this all made perfect sense. The girl on the road, the cold-ass car, the nightmares, the phone call with Cole. All just crazy old Melanie who never got over her drowning, making things up again, thinking of silly things just like in '93. I want to tell you something, said Renee. Melanie let her hand fall now, recoil back into the safety of her lap. Renee had straightened up. Those big blue eyes were alight again, burning. She could not touch now, or else risk being scarred. Despite everything that had happened today, despite where she sat now, ivy in her arm and identity bound around her wrist, Renee did not look weak. Tired, certainly, her skin a shade too light. But right now there was no way she was anything but strong. Those eyes were burning every bit as brightly as they were blue. What is it, Renee? Melanie asked. It was quiet in here. The other curtains were drawn, and no sound came from within. Somewhere far away, Melanie could hear the scuffle of footsteps, the beep of machines in the wards across and to the side. But here was quiet and solitary. For the first time in weeks, it was just Melanie and Renee. Far away from everyone else, the two of them in this sharp-smelling, cold-aired little corner. No tension, competition, or secrets. Just the two of them, nothing else. Renee's gaze did not dart around, did not falter. It stayed firm, every bit as steady as it had been all of the times through the rearview mirror. That strange intelligence was there again, very adult in its strength. and Melanie realized this time Renee was going to share it. "Being I'm lying to you," she said. "I didn't pass out because I'm hungry or tired. We weren't talking about school." "How do you even know that he said that, Renee?" "Because we decided," Renee said firm. "Please don't get mad at him for lying. I told him to. But he thought you wouldn't believe me." Melanie was quiet. A long pause, and then Renee went on. "I don't know how, but she's here," said the girl. "She's here and she wants to hurt me. To hurt you. I know that you saw her on the road." "On the road? Oh no." "She showed me the lake. She wanted to show you too." "The lake? The girl?" "And sometimes things go dark. I can't see them, and bad things happen." "The little girl on the road." "And I thought it would be okay, but I'm scared. It's real. I'm scared, Mama. The lake. All real. I don't want anything bad to happen. I'm not. I don't know what to do. Crazy." "Casey," Melanie said suddenly. The name felt dirty in her mouth, and Renee nodded hard. "Casey. She's dead?" Melanie asked, though it did not sound like a question when she said it. "She's dead," Renee repeated. It ebbed that oddly adult seriousness, and Melanie saw her again. The vulnerable little girl in the hospital bed. "She did this to you?" Melanie asked, though again she did not really ask. This time, only a shaky little nod. Renee's hands were small, Melanie saw. They were spread out over the hospital blanket on her lap, a green knitted style throw. They were narrow, thin little hands, soft-looking and slender. Child's hands, but long-fingered, dainty. Renee was not a nail-biter like she. The only blemish to be seen was a small callus on her right hand's middle finger from drawing so often. Pretty hands. Melanie reached out and covered one with her own. "I won't let anything happen to you. I will keep you safe. I will do anything to make this go away." She wanted to say so many things. "I love you," Melanie said. "I love you so much, Renee." She could not say them at all. Renee's lip quivered. "Do you believe me?" she asked softly. "I love you, Renee," Melanie said, and she squeezed hold of Renee's hand tight because she feared she was shaking so hard it might slip away. "I love you, I love you, I love you." And Renee hugged her then. She threw herself at Melanie, landed firmly against her chest. Renee's head pushed up against her, firm and warm, her hands lacing tight around her back. And Melanie clung on to her desperately, tightly. It struck her now how much she did not want to let go. How much she could not bear the thought of Renee slipping away. If she was going anywhere at all, Melanie would go too. She knew it now, that feeling. She knew the feeling of Renee being gone now, and it terrified her more than anything had ever terrified her in her life. "I love you," said Melanie again, quiet behind a mouthful of Renee's hair. And for a moment, Renee just clung tight, and then it came out in the tiniest little voice. "What do we do now?" And she held Renee tighter. She held on to her, as if she might truly be torn away. She couldn't bear to lie to her right now. Melanie had no goddamn idea. Yay! Oh yeah, Melanie. She has some favoritism. Just a little. Okay, let's stop. I think that's a good stopping point. The end of the last chapter, not a very good stopping point. This one, much better. Much better. We go to McDonald's. Thank you, everyone. I'm glad that you enjoyed it at least. How many chapters? That was chapter 8. So there is 9 more. We're just under halfway of all the chapters that exist. Yeah. You know, I don't think I would hate reading it to you as much as I thought that I would. How many more? I don't even know. Oh god. My planning document. Oh, there's 50. Man. 50 chapters. 50. 5-0. And it's just the first book. The original series had, it had 4 books, but I cut it down to 3. Basically, the second book, I merged a little bit into the first one, and a little bit into the third. Yeah, 50. 5-0. When are you going to finish it? Unfortunately, it's a matter of if. I'm so busy. I would be willing to read you more though. Would you really like that? Like really? We're not kidding? For real? You wanna know what happens? Like actually? Cause I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, you can make an audiobook. I don't know. I'm not cringing as bad as I thought I would be. And I am kind of having fun reading it in somewhat ASMR style. And also, I don't know, I would like you to see how crazy it gets, because we're just at the tip of the iceberg right now. Tip of the iceberg. Prose was very good. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe I can raise it some more. Because, there is a character that's introduced in chapter 10, the snake. And I would love to read you. I'd love you to meet him. He's best boy. You think Melanie's insane? Snack reveal. Simply must read us more. If you're willing to listen and really did enjoy it and you're not just saying that. Yeah. If it makes you happy, I'm willing to do it. Definitely want more reading streams. Yeah. You really think everyone here is joking? I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of in disbelief because I always thought that the minute I open my writing, I guess this isn't the same as publishing it, but the minute that I let like the public have anything to do with my book, it would be like torn to shreds. Yeah. I mean, it is cringe. It can be cringe and it can be You can enjoy it. Bit of an atmosphere. Thank you. You're on the edge of your seat. I'm glad. Yeah. I wish that I could continue riding it. I'm getting croaky. I wish I could ride more. The problem I have, however, is time. I'll sit. There you go. Yeah, frog though. But riding streams. That would be chaos. You know what? I'm done editing streams. Maybe subs only. I don't know if I can ride in public, but possibly. Maybe someday. Backstream riders be like. Facebook? Nah. You don't have to flatter me. You're all a bit biased because you like me, but just not immediately listening to me read it and go, haha, cringe, bad, sucks, bad. Since you're on an adventure, everything is like extensively planned. It might be nice, it would keep me on track, riding true. You know, suggestions would be cool. You know, when I got stuck and stuff. Maybe that'll happen. But I think to do that, I'd have to get to up to date. And that would require a couple more reading streams. I can do it takes about an hour to read a chapter, I guess. Maybe just under. Because we read 5 chapters in just over 5 hours. But we did talk for over an hour, so. Thank you for shots. I appreciate that. No, I won't let anyone ride it. I just mean like, hey guys, I should use a word here. Anyone got any word suggestions? Yeah. I could probably get us up to date in 2 more streams. Well, I'll think about it. Maybe I'll wake up tomorrow and not want to do it. Who knows? But I had a lot of fun. Nick, thank you for 12 months. Thank you. Thank you. Word suggestion, cute. Thank you. Alright. Don't go anywhere. I know who we're gonna raid. As long as I got the times right. I'll show you this. Show you this. No, wait. Wrong. Get out of here. Wait, no, wrong. Got there in the end. Tomorrow we're streaming a bully. The stream will start at the same time as today's stream. Yeah. So it's sorting. We're gonna play bully. I don't know if I'll finish it, but we're gonna try. Oh no, what are you doing? Wrong. What are you doing? Yeah, we're pretty close to. Oh no. Go to sleep. 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 You don't want to? Get back to sleep. She can't leave if you can't get things. That. Whilst it's true, that's how subathons work. Oh my god. Someone into like, thank you so much for the 5 gifts. Thank you. Mm, 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 mm. Thank you. First out, thank you for the 300 bits. Thank you very, very much. See you, Ripper. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. Mwah, 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 mwah. And Badger, thank you. Mwah, 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 mwah. There is no timer, so you cannot add to the time of me being here, unfortunately. Mammy, thank you for the 9 months and for subscribing at tier 2. Thank you so much. Mwah, mwah. Thank you. We can keep you here forever. It just costs a lot more. Please wait. Please wait. You really don't have to wait that long. Satsubo Go, thank you for 5 months for time. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try to finish Bully. But I cannot promise I will not get distracted. I cannot promise that at all. Probably I will. So maybe not finish. Probably take 2 streams. Yeah. That's fun. 3 with distractions. That's okay. We got all the time in the world. We'll just hang out and play the cowboy game for 3 hours. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We're gonna wrap up now. I am happy that we went for so long today. I really wanted to go more than 4 hours or hit 4 hours, so I'm glad I had so much fun. I'm sure you can tell. I hope I'm slowly getting my stamina back, cause 5.5 hours is pretty long. Though I am wiped now. Okay, we're gonna set up that raid, yes. Well, you can hear the brrr, brrr. Thank you for the awesome, super, mega, cool, fantastic, freaking, epic, not Fortnite stream. Oh, holy freaking heck. Okay. We're gonna celebrate. I did not have a raid. Yeah, there were so many raids today. Scary, slightly scary raid target, but we have raided her before, so surely not too bad, but she has a lot of viewers right now. Chaotic raid message. No, you cannot spoil raid. You can never do that. That's evil. Spoiling raids is the most cringe thing ever. Okay, we're raiding TV Doki. She just re-debuted. She has a new model. It's so freaking cute. Wait until you see it. It's the cutest thing I've ever freaking seen in my life. She's doing a subathon. Warning, not ASMR subathon stream. There you go, you like subathons? There you go. Enjoy. So, thank you for the hot turn. I will see you tomorrow. I hope that you have a wonderful rest of your day. Take care of yourself. Have a lovely Saturday. Let's go give a lot of love to GB. Yeah, she's very loud. And it's awesome. She's very cute, very loud. Yeah. We will go say hi. Okay. I will see you tomorrow. I love you. Bye bye. Bye bye bye. Mwah, mwah.